Moments ago, Tennessee Governor Bill Lee actually signed into law the new map in Tennessee, wiping out the longtime black congressional district there in the city of Memphis. They have split Shelby County into 3 separate congressional districts, Nashville into 4 districts. We're going to be talking with State Representative Justin Jones. It was an absolute pandemonium on the floor as lawmakers protested vigorously against these white conservative Republicans doing the bidding of Donald Trump, just wiping out black political power. That's what's going on. Republicans in Alabama voted today to redraw the state's congressional map despite the fact that voting for this year's midterms has already begun. The state is still awaiting word from the Supreme Court on whether the redistricting can move forward, but under the plan passed today, the state would revert to a 2023 map that would imperil the seats of both Alabama's black members of Congress, Congressman Shamari Figurs and Congresswoman Terry Sewell. The move targeted the state's 2 black district is just the latest effort by Republicans to, again, destroy black political power since the Supreme Court ruled weakening the Voting Rights Act. Joining us right now, folks, to talk about this here, Alabama State Representative Kelvin Datcher. Glad to have you here, Representative Datcher. Listen, the protests have been taking place in Alabama, in Tennessee, in Florida, in many places. And the bottom line here is what we're looking at is this is white conservative Republicans wanting to destroy black power. We're talking about Alabama. That is the home of the battle for voting rights. You think about Bloody Sunday. We talk about Selma. We think about what happened in Birmingham, also was called Birmingham. Black people shed blood for this right to vote and for representation. And these white conservative Republicans want to destroy all of that. This is absolutely the rise of the Confederacy 2.0.
Well, Roland, I mean, pretty much you're encapsulating everything for us. Right now, we know that, while the immediate target is District 2, which Representative Shamari Figurs now occupies, the lieutenant governor and others have been just transparent. They've said, we want all 7 seats. They have said it. They have been intentional about communicating that to everyone else. They're not even trying to hide throw a rock and hide their hands. This is their plan, their strategy to dilute black voting power in the South. And Alabama's ground zero for it and has been for a very long time. You perfectly captured what happened in the Alabama legislature. And so, we've got a couple days, we got 1 day left tomorrow, and they're going to force the repeal. That would be a what if kind of situation, because it only comes into the play if the Supreme Court grants an emergency injunction relieving the state of Alabama from an agreement they made to not challenge these districts until 2030. But they're going ahead with it anyway. The governor called us into a special session on Friday. We had to be there on Monday. And, we've had hundreds, if not thousands of Alabamians showing up at the Alabama State Capitol to make their voices heard, to let them know this is not American. This is not democracy.
And what is shameful here is that this same Supreme Court ruled to create the second district. The same court.
They did. And as a matter of fact, Justice Alito specifically said in the Louisiana versus Calais case that the Alabama ruling is not overturned. It is not overturned. Still, our governors called us in a special session so that these maps could be in place just in case the Supreme Court changes their mind from what they did just, less than a week ago. So it's really it is abuse of power. It is an overreach by Republicans in this state to go after black voting power. It is not a Republican on Democrat attack. It is an attack against black voting power in the state of Alabama.
And it's no different than what's happening in Tennessee.
No, sir. And so, Alabama's been a testing ground for a very long time for everything from Project 2025 to other strategies that the far right has tried to employ across America. It's sad because when you walk down the halls from my office to the chambers, you'll see pictures of every set of legislators that have represented the state of Alabama in the legislature. And so you'll see these pictures, and through the years, they got whiter and eventually got a few more women and eventually got a few more African Americans. It is as if this legislature and this governor wants our pictures to look not like 2026, but instead like 1963.
Absolutely. That's exactly what is going on here. And we're seeing this play out over and over and over again. And I'm telling you, I have been saying to black people, this is a declaration of war. What we should see is the largest black voter mobilization effort since the Voting Rights Act was passed in 1965, as well as since the presidential election of Obama in 2008. The only way to battle this, the only way to beat them is to destroy them, crush them at the ballot box. We must overwhelm the ballot box. That means not 65% or 70% of eligible black voter turnout. No, it needs to be 80, 85, 90, 95%. They must feel the wrath of black voters at the ballot box.
We are fortunate in Alabama that we have tremendous minority leaders in the Senate with Bobby Singleton, and in the House with Anthony Daniels. And today, Leader Daniels talked about that. There are between 600 and 800,000 registered black voters in the state who do not vote. So we're not even talking about unregistered voters. We're talking about folks who are on the rolls who can just show up and cast that vote and send a message to Montgomery and to D.C. that we are going to fight for our voting rights in the state of Alabama. And so we've already started. We started talking about that today. We have a primary on May 19th that one of the bills would actually throw out votes that have already been cast via absentee for the May 19th primary. And then in November, we got to make it happen. We've got to make it happen, man. I know we turn out folks for the Magic City Classic at the end of the month in October, but the next week is even more important. Our folks have to show up at the primary, at the general election in November. It has to happen. That is the only way we can make our voices heard.
Again, the thing that I've made perfectly clear, this is not a moment to play games. This is not a moment to sit here, just be all outside, dance and doing those things. We need to understand what they are doing right now is they want to destroy black political power for the next 1 to 2 generations. This is no different than what Southern racist Dixiecrats did after Reconstruction when they could not stand black political power. Same thing is happening right now, and people need to understand it's not going to stop at congressional seats. It's going to then go to state senate seats, state rep seats, county commissioners, judicial seat, city council, school board. These people will not slow down. They must be stopped.
They will make cities like Birmingham metropolitan. They're going to go out try to make it a metropolitan governance to dilute that African American power of folks like our great mayor Randall Woodfin here in Birmingham, and what we're calling on every African American institution, the Black Church, Divine Nine, HBCUs, Eastern Stars, everybody we gotta come together. We don't have a choice. This is a seminal moment for African Americans in terms of our democratic voice, in terms of our electoral power. We have to come together. And I'll tell you this too. One thing that's been reassuring is that we have seen white allies show up here when we had a bus takeoff from Birmingham going to Montgomery on Monday. White folks showing up, supporting us at the State House. That is the ultimate challenge, Roland, is to have black voters work with working class white folks to send a message to D.C. about that we have these same opportunities and values that we share amongst those two groups. They want to divide us and keep us separate, so we cannot have the kind of impact that we want to have, but we will not be deterred. We are determined, and we are going to fight all the way to the end.
Well, we're going to need those white allies to wake the hell up, to register their people, talk to their folks. And again, what I have been saying is every single week in every city, in every southern state, there should be a citizenship training class, teaching people, informing, educating them, enlightening them what's going on. Because again, these people are not going to stop. They are angry with the success of black people in the last 60 years. They are pissed off with what happened after the death of George Floyd, the murder of George Floyd, with Black Lives Matter, and I laid out my book, White Fear, how the browning of America is making white folks lose their minds. This is the moment for this generation to rise up and stand up. And so that's what really is at stake. Will this generation have the audacity and the guts and the gall than the previous generation who we often celebrate?
Well, I mean, if you look back at the 60s, right here in Birmingham, we had folks like Tall Paul and Shelley the Playboy on the radio sending messages to get us organized. We have all the tools at our hands, man. Yep. Everybody got it in their hands. We can get directly to everybody, send a message, communicate back and forth, track where folks are. We can know folks that voted that day. If they've not voted that day, send them a message. Hey, text me if you need a ride. Text me if your mama needs somebody to pick her up. We have all the tools in our hands. We don't have any excuses anymore. We are motivated. They have shown us, that, hey, they're going to do whatever they need to do because it is simply about power. It's not about what's fair anymore. It is about we want more. And so they have made that decision. And right now in the state of Alabama, it's playing out right in front of our eyes. Our elders are calling us to do what they did.
Indeed, indeed. Representative Kelvin Datcher, we certainly appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. Keep up the fight in Alabama.
Thank you, Roland.
Folks, shortly we're going to be talking with Representative Justin Jones of Tennessee about what he has been involved in. Folks, it has been a crazy day in Tennessee. Massive protests that have been going on there as well. People going to the state capitol, expressing their displeasure. I want to bring in my panel right now, Dr. Greg Carr, Department of African-American Studies at Howard University out of Washington, D.C., Cameron Trimble, CEO, Hip Politics Media, former White House Senior Advisor out of D.C., Zabora G., DEIA Consultant and Employment Specialist, will be joining us shortly from D.C. as well. Greg, I want to start with you. This here is a photo that took place. Someone shot today in Tennessee. This was the Sergeant at Arms blocking State Representative Justin Pearson from entering a committee about redrawing maps for the district he represents. This is Bull Connor. This is the thugs that we saw in the 60s with their fire hoses, with their dogs as well. And again, I'll say this here, Greg, and I ain't got a problem saying it. Okay, black radio, syndicated radio shows, I don't care whether we're talking Steve Harvey, Ricky Smiley, Dale Hughley, Breakfast Club, Dee Dee McGuire, Erica Campbell, all these shows. This is no time for gossip and games. This is a mobilization time. This is an actual declaration of war. This is a call to arms.
It is, Roland. You've been sounding this alarm for a long time. I've protested when I was student body president of Tennessee State. We've marched those halls and protested. I respect, I admire that hillbilly who was blocking Representative Pearson. I embrace him because it's going to take that to wake us from our lethargy, from the decline in voter participation. And we will break their political backs when we get involved. What do you say? All the time? When we vote our numbers, we win.
Yep.
Alabama is anywhere from a quarter to a third black. That includes the number of registered voters, over 1.1 million people in Alabama of African descent. We don't need all the white people. We don't need a majority of the white people. We probably don't even need a third of the white people. If everybody gets off the bench and gets into the game, we will break the back of the white nationalist party in the state of Alabama, my mama's home state. And Representative Datcher is absolutely correct. We saw it happen in Nashville, my hometown. Yep. When they call it metropolitan, they put in the front of it, these hillbillies hate they hate state government and federal government until they're not in control. There's a very simple solution to this, and I'm actually very optimistic. You talked about Karl Rove. You know what Karl Rove said the other day about Louisiana, that black people should embrace it. I'm with him. Karl Rove's a white supremacist. He's also very bright and he's also very devious. And I agree with him 100%. If we vote our numbers, these hillbillies would have dummy mandered. Because when you split up our districts, we've got to go somewhere. Yep. This is going to probably, it's also going to wake up the black elected officials who've gotten a little comfortable thinking that somehow how you look represents our interests. Yep. If you got a district where you've shoved 10 or 15% more black people in it, you got to talk to us if we show up and vote. So I think this is the beginning of a glorious moment in this country where we break the back of white supremacy by ignoring the idea that we somehow have the same objectives as these hillbillies. There are open enemies, and they're open enemies of our common humanity. There is no United States of America. There's white supremacy and its enemies. That's the redrawing of the map. I embrace it. I'm here for it, Roland.
Cameron, bottom line is when I look at the numbers, when I look at millennials, Gen Z and Gen Alpha, they're bigger than baby boomers in Gen X, and they gonna have to rise up. When you look at the voting numbers, 18 to 35, lowest turnout folks, they better understand that what these folks are doing, they want to control the politics for that generation for the next 50 to 100 years.
Yes, Roland, and this is a seminal time in our history, in our current and in where we are currently with voting. So many people have been trying to reach and how do I get young voters to turn out? Well, first of all, as you mentioned, it's both millennial and Gen Z. Millennials are now in their mid-30s, so they're no longer young. They're having their own families. They're starting their job and their careers. And this is an opportunity for us to engage them daily. What gives me pause and what makes it, while we have a great opportunity, as Dr. Carr says, and we should embrace it, we are in a different time than in the 60s and 70s. We've been satiated. It's been the mass distraction that is social media, that is pop culture, that is reality TV. So many different things are pulling us away from what's really right in front of us. And what I challenge, not just elected officials, but organizations with the parents and our grandparents and everyone's generation, is not to admonish this next generation, but to encourage to encourage, educate, and mobilize. And whether you've got to convince them, whether you got to bribe them and say, hey, I'll help you out with one thing or another. If I make sure you go out and register and make sure you go out and exercise your vote, or you drag them to the polls. Those numbers look good on paper, but we have to do a job across the board. I love what you said earlier about making sure we get some of this syndicated radio, make sure we're getting all of our content creators, talkers. People really need to be on this, because we are now in a place where our phones, all these different things that can distract us daily, can kind of lull us to sleep. And also, the last thing I would say is, you're doing such a great job of talking about this every single day, but mass media has moved on from this. Mass media and mainstream media is consistently suppressing this conversation. So we can't look there to hope that, everybody just knows what's happening. This is a all-out effort from our entire community to ensure that we all vote.
Well, I don't waste my time with the hell mass media is doing, because they don't give a damn about black people anyway. You went face to face with state troopers and others there today. There were protests taking place. People were on the floor. Now you have that racist Speaker of the House who now is saying, that they may now put sanctions on people who protested on this floor. Guys, roll the video. There were protesting happening all in the state capitol. People were outside. People were making it clear. Also, Representative Pearson, this just saying the NAACP has already filed their lawsuit against Tennessee as a result of the actions of Governor Bill Lee signing this bill into law.
Minutes.
These maps are racist to
Representative Pearson, come on. Representative Pearson, go ahead.
Yeah, what we're dealing with right now is white supremacy at its zenith. They are literally rigging and stealing elections and stealing congressional seats because they cannot win otherwise at the behest of the president after the Cali decision of the Supreme Court. And he decided to tell our governor and a lady who's running for governor that they need to steal our only majority black district in the entire state, which is in Memphis and Shelby County, where I currently serve as a state representative and where I'm also running to serve in the U.S. Congress for District 9. These things are not incidental or accidental. They've been building up to it over a long period of time, whether it be Shelby County v. Holder, where they gutted Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, to now gutting Section 2, where we were able to use the courts as a way to ensure that our representation, our voices weren't being taken away systematically. And now, surgically, they have cut our district into 3, proportionally, nearly to the percentage of 33% of black folks in each of those districts, in order to dilute our voice, to dilute our vote, and to take away our political power. And you mentioned this, but over the next several months and couple of years, we are going to see the largest purge of black people in elected office since the end of Reconstruction. Because right now, they're coming for congressional districts, but next they will be coming for our state house seats and our state senate seats. And let me talk particularly about the South here. In the South in particular, there are 12 to 20 U.S. congressional seats that we might be on the verge of losing. There are 200 state house and state senate seats that we will likely lose due to the response and the white lash by white supremacists who are in these positions of power. And so, yes, we must vote, and also we must build power that sustains us for the long haul and share a vision for our country, share a vision for the South where there's healthcare access, there's opportunity in education, there isn't environmental racism and degradation, and that Black folks who are in positions of power, that we use these positions not just to push yes and no on buttons, but to build power in the communities where we are serving. But this is the fight of our life, and everyone has to be engaged in it.
Representative Parkinson, listen, do all members of the Black legislature now realize what's going on? I know you've had folks, back and forth, and some folks like, hey, how do we deal with the other side? But Republicans have made it perfectly clear they don't give a damn about a single Black voice in the legislature, and they damn sure don't give a damn about a white Democratic voice there.
Today was actually a remarkable day. Today we saw a unification from not just all of the Black members of the Tennessee Black Caucus, but also the other members of the Democratic Caucus, our white members as well. On both sides, both in the House, both in the Senate, everyone, did their thing and did it to the max and really, really showed out and showed a force of unity that I hadn't seen in a long time.
All right. So what's next? I mean, listen. I think, frankly, you can't take it lying down. I think it has to be maximum pressure and shut the state capitol down. I mean, to a grinding halt. It cannot be from this point forth. It cannot be business as usual in the state capital of Tennessee.
I agree.
That's exactly right.
What are you going to say to my
No. Parkinson, you go first. I got another question for Pearson. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. I think what we're seeing is these white folks have deployed the nuclear option. And I think what we're seeing also is the response to the ever-changing landscape of America and the desperation that is coming from these individuals to keep themselves in power. And so it is almost like you putting a cat in a corner when you're trying to give a cat a bath and they're scratching and clawing, to get away from you. And I think that is what we're seeing. And just as they pulled the nuclear option, it is important for us to pull the nuclear option as well. And that's why today I mentioned and talked about succeeding. We need to start having that conversation about secession from the state of Tennessee. We are in an abusive relationship with the state of Tennessee when it comes to Memphis, Tennessee. And so how long do we stay in that abusive relationship before we get the hell out of it? And I think that there should be some real conversation and some real resources that are put forth so that we can start having, some type of strategy or plan to get our asses out of this abusive relationship with these white folks.
Representative Pearson, you, of course, were challenging Congressman Steve Cohen for that seat that's there in Memphis. Now, with this action here, that wipes it out. Are you now recalibrating? Are you now looking at one of those? Shelby County is now split into 3 districts. Are you now looking at running for one of those 3?
So first of all, we're definitely still running for Congress. We are really grateful to the NAACP, Kristen Clark and Derek Johnson there for the emergency lawsuit that they filed. But I also am going to be filing a lawsuit pretty soon here once the governor signs this paper as a plaintiff, because this is unfair. We've spent millions of dollars into this race to serve District 9 in the way it was constructed. And our constituents of 750,000 people had an anticipation of what was going to be on their ballot, and that was taken from them. So we're going to fight tooth and nail for the district to remain the way that it is. And also, I'm still running for Congress, and we're going to make sure that the issues of economic opportunity, making sure we expand access to health care, make sure that we invest in our veterans, protect our environment in the gun violence epidemic, become and still remain the top issues across the state of Tennessee. Whether you're in a rural area, whether you're in a suburban area, whether you're in a more urban area, those are the things that people want. They want a life that's more affordable. They want more access to opportunity, and they're tired of billionaires stealing from working class people.
Well, I think it's time for black football players to tell University of Tennessee, thanks, but no thanks. I mean, this is where everything is on the table. And if it is business as usual, Representative Pearson, these folks are going to continue to screw us. These white lawmakers in Tennessee must feel the pain. they must feel the economic pain. And the people
Yes.
who stand with them must feel the economic pain as well. It was Dr. King who gave that sermon on April 3rd, 1968 at Mason Temple in Memphis, talking about the need to redistribute the pain, having economic withdrawal. And so it's abundantly what they're doing. They do not care. And so they are going to do whatever they want to do. And if we are responding like it's business as usual, well, then that's basically consent. And this is also where I keep saying, every week in every city in Tennessee, there should be citizenship training classes taking place. There should be mass voter mobilization taking place, because the only way to stop these people is to crush them at the ballot box. Representative Pearson, you first.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely correct. This is not a business as usual moment. Our organization, mobilization, and activation has to be real. It has to be succinct and has to be coordinated. We saw this week really what that's supposed to look like, from Memphis for All, Tennessee for All, Organized Tennessee, the Equity Alliance, all of the state legislators, Turk votes. No, I'm going to forget several, but we are working collaboratively to determine how we continue to build power moving forward on the C3 side and on the C4 side, because this is not business as usual. This is the moment, the inflection point in our democracy. And if we don't build power, if we don't register voters, but also if we don't turn voters out, because we always register people, but we have to make sure they actually get to the polls, then we are going to continue to see our vote be taken for granted and not have the effect that we needed to have at the state level, at the local level in these mayoral races. And I do also agree that for we who are currently serving in these positions, we can't go into session thinking the same way we've thought in the past. I think there has been way too much capitulation, way too much silence, way too much, aiming for bipartisanship, when in effect, what we have ended up doing is giving away our leverage to fight against some of these racist attacks in our community and on our communities. And so, yeah, this is not business as usual. We got to help also our brothers, sisters, and siblings in Mississippi, Alabama, all the other places where we're likely to see this happen. And we have one of our senator sisters standing on her desk holding an entire sheet that said, no Jim Crow 2.0. Every senator protesting in the front of the Senate, every House member in the front of the House protesting. This is the moment that is required. Nobody can be on the sidelines. And if you're in these positions, you need to say something and do something. Every mayor should be at their state capitol defending their seats. Every county mayor, every city mayor, the silence and the press releases, that's over with. And the congressmen whose districts are going to be impacted should also be protesting when these folks are trying to take these seats away. Not just coming to the committee hearings. You need to be at the protest. You need to be at the rally, defending and fighting for our democracy as people are fighting for you to be able to serve, particularly black members of the Congressional Black Caucus whose seats are being taken away. This is not a time for praying and just hoping that things are going to get better. You've got to be actively engaged with an organization that is resisting the tyranny of white supremacy in our nation right now.
Representative Parker, any final comment?
Yeah, I want to make sure that everyone understands this, how ironic this is that, Memphis is the biggest contributor to the state coffers when it comes to tax dollars and tax resources. And to see them, us being abused, basically, by this Tennessee legislature, when we actually subsidize the majority, probably 80% of their districts in these rural areas, because they're broke, they're poor. And that's why I keep on coming back to this. If Memphis and Nashville were to leave the state of Tennessee, it would probably be one of the wealthiest Democratic states in the Union. And Tennessee would be one of the poorest, probably poorer than West Virginia. And so I'm saying this, we should move in that nuclear option also, understanding our position in the state and how much money we generate for the state. And we should use that economic leverage to ensure that we are treated properly. I agree with my colleague, Justin Pearson, that everybody should be involved, but we need everybody in their gift in different places in the movement. Everyone is not going to be on the lines protesting. Some people will be strategizing. Some people will be fundraising. Some people will be contributing funds, and so we need to utilize and leverage everyone in the capacity that we are able to utilize them. But it should be all hands on deck.
Representative Parkinson, I appreciate it. Representative Justin Pearson, I appreciate it as well. Thanks a lot. Thank you. We're going to be Joining in a second, my Representative Justin Jones. Roll a video where he was burning a Confederate flag. They were in the Capitol. First of all, they were in the Capitol today, and this is what he did. He had this Confederate flag and decided to torch it. Come on, pull audio up, guys. Thank you. So, right, but pull the audio up. I'll talk over it. So what you see right here, and you see folks cheering, and you see, of course, you see these Tennessee state troopers. There also was an altercation between Representative Justin Pearson and one of these Tennessee state troopers when they were being escorted out and words were exchanged. Do y'all have that video? Y'all got the video, Justin? No, the video, Justin Pearson, and the confrontation with Tennessee, well, not his speech, the confrontation with Tennessee state trooper. Do you have that video? All right, so again, folks, you had protests that were going on. This right here, y'all, is some of the video right here. Go to my iPad. Come on.
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? You stupid mother.
A lot of anger that was going on there, and again, the reaction all justified by what is taking place. Today is a day that will live in infamy. This is the rise of the Confederacy 2.0. And that's exactly what that was a time, of course, during that period where you had radical Republicans who were fighting Southern Dixiecrats who wanted to keep black folks in slavery. And they were passing various bills. Now what you have are Republicans in 2026 who are standing with those Southern Dixiecrats in the 1800s to deprive African Americans of power. I posted this on my social media. I mentioned it yesterday. This here is a poster from Nate Parker's The Birth of a Nation, where the American flag is a noose around his neck. And what I said in social media is very simple. What these Republicans are doing, they want to choke black political power. They want to suppress it. They want to get rid of it. And that's exactly what is happening right now in Tennessee, in Alabama, in Mississippi. It's already happened in Texas. It's happening in Florida. They're not going to do it right now, but they probably will do it in 2028 in South Carolina. And the only response that we can give is a massive voter mobilization to take these people out at the ballot box.
I mean, that's exactly it, Brother Roland. You know, I walked in today in 2026 and I walked out of this Capitol in pre-1965. We are in a battle, in a war against folks who want to take us backwards in history. Today we saw the Capitol Klan rally. You know, they've taken off their white hoods, but yet they still have the same agenda. The Grand Wizard, Speaker Cameron Sexton, Governor Bill Lee, who want to bring us back to a time where black folks had no political representation, bring us back to a time when we had crosses burned in the yard for simply trying to exercise our democratic rights. And so this is racial terror. It's not about political tit for tat as they want to make it. Is about racial control, racial subjugation. It's about saying that you black folks are not worthy of being treated as equal members in our democracy. And we saw what happened today was that we cannot just sit around and be quiet, that history will judge us not by what we don't do, but by how bold we act. By the moral clarity we bring to this moment, by the boldness we bring to this moment. And so I burned that Confederate flag because we need to burn down the system of Jim Crow and the new Confederacy that they're trying to bring about, not just in Tennessee, but in Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana. They have a Southern strategy. We have to have our own Southern defense strategy to say that if they come for one of us, they're coming for all of us. And we need to disrupt business as usual. We need to be bold. We need to be unapologetic. We don't need to be here trying to make friends with these white racists, talking about we want to have kumbaya and be decorum. They didn't have decorum today when they spit on the graves of our martyrs like Jimmy Lee Jackson, and our martyrs like those three young men, Andrew Cheney Goodman, who were killed during Freedom Summer. They didn't have any decorum when they were spitting on the graves of those who endured days in jail cells and nights of bomb threats trying to register to vote and spit on the Voting Rights Act, the crown jewel of the Civil Rights Movement. So why would we have decorum when this white supremacist rally was telling all of us that we're basically the N-word in Tennessee and that we don't have any rights that the white man has to respect? That's what they told us today.
And like I say, and let me be real. I'll go ahead and say it. Some of your black colleagues have been trashing you and Representative Pearson the last few years, saying that y'all were doing too much, that y'all should be playing the go along to get along game. I wonder what those same black folks in the Tennessee legislature are saying right now after what happened today.
I mean, it's interesting that people played political games with folks who looked them in their face today and said, you don't deserve representation. You know, these same folks who they call friend came to the Capitol today and took away the voice of the only black majority district in the state. And so now we must recognize with moral clarity that we must not confuse proximity to power, getting invited to the governor's house, getting invited to go play golf with these Republicans, with actually building power for our communities. You know, even with the strategy that we saw during the special session, there was some timidity. But I think what we must lean into is we must lean into the reality that we are in a battle, that our children are going to look at how we fight in this moment, and we have to fight. You know, I think so many people are going to wake up one day and say, how do we end up in a system? You know, it's not new for us. Between the end of the 1800s and the 1960s, there were no black representatives in the South. After we had, you know, Reconstruction, there was a time where they all were eliminated, and we will get back to that time if we don't fight right now. That is not an alarmist mentality. That is the realistic trajectory of where we're headed in America right now, that we will not have multiracial democracy in the South. But they are trying to build a confederacy, and I burn that flag because we beat these fools before. We beat these you know, vile racists before, and we must fight them now with everything we have. And it's going to be in this Capitol building, but now it's also going to be in the streets. It's going to be going across the South, because what they're counting on is the fact that Tennessee is the lowest state for voter turnout. So that's what they're hoping. And I hope that just like after the Dred Scott decision, Frederick Douglass said, let that decision not, you know, depress us, but let it inflame our resistance and rebellion. Let it embolden us to fight even harder and with more, you know, vitality against the sin that is slavery in this nation. And so I hope that people feel that fire, because there's only two ways that change comes about, Roland. Either people see the light or they feel the fire. And they did not see the light today, so it's time for them to feel the fire of our movement and of our power. And we need to burn down this new Confederacy and build something new that is rooted in human rights and human dignity and multiracial democracy.
There's a lot to work to do, and bottom line is, I've said it point blank, this is a war. They have declared war. And we must respond accordingly to this. Real quick, if I can get quick questions from my panel, I've got my next guest who is waiting. I need quick questions from my panel. Cameron, go.
Yes, Representative, in Tennessee, what are our efforts, and what are the most immediate efforts that you want to make sure that all folks know, not just black folks, everybody around the country, if we're not in Tennessee, how we can be supportive of this movement?
Yeah. I think the first thing that we must tell the nation is that, and you know, at this moment it is crystal clear that the South is the front line of our democracy, and so we need to invest here. You know, so many people are like, "Why don't you all just leave the South?" Do they not realize that the majority of black folks in this nation live in the South, and that we can build political power here if there's investment from these national orgs, not just, you know, once every blue moon, but if there's consistent infrastructure building. And so, you know, in Tennessee, we have the lowest voter turnout. 1 in 5 black Tennesseans cannot vote because of felony disenfranchisement. There are tactics that we must do to expand the franchise. These new maps are counting on people not turning out. They're counting on you know, this depressingly low voter turnout. So how do we beat them at their own game and combat that by having the most massive voter registration, mobilization, and empowerment drive that we've seen since 1964 with Freedom Summer. We need to have a Freedom Summer here in Tennessee, and so that, you know, we need support. We need resources here. You know, we're not a swing state, quote unquote, but we need to show them that we're going to be a state that will swing back on you if you fight. If you kick us when we're down, we will hit back and we will fight back with everything we have, and that's what we have to do in this moment.
Greg?
Thank you, Roland. Thank you, Representative Pearson. I'm sure you're familiar with Dr. Du Bois's 1946 speech at Columbia, South Carolina, Behold the Land, where he said the future of our race is in the South. With that in mind, how long before this overreach becomes a dummy mander? In other words, if we were to vote our numbers in Tennessee, would this strategy backfire, splitting Memphis into 3 districts, splitting Nashville, my hometown, into 4? If we turned out in those gerrymandered districts, in your estimation, what would happen in terms of the political contests in those gerrymandered districts if we voted our numbers?
You know, looking at the political leanings of these new districts, I think the lowest political Republican district is a plus 20 Republican district. And so they're counting on folks not turning out. They're counting on folks not using their power. I think if we turned out in numbers that were unexpected, like we saw in 2008, where you had a 51% youth voter turnout, the largest black voter turnout we've seen it in a generation, I think it would send shockwaves, and that it would, you know, counteract this attempt to have a power grab and rig the maps. I think we have to out-organize them, and I think that there is a way to do that if we are strategic and work together. But we must challenge this divide and conquer strategy. This is the time for us to come together as a movement to pull our resources to have folks who have that legal strategy, but also who have that mobilization strategy here on the ground. And I think that we can counteract it. I hope that we see this not just in Tennessee, though. We need a Southern solidarity strategy. I was just on a phone call with folks in Louisiana. We need to be connected with folks in Alabama. And how do we coordinate amongst the South and say that you have a Southern strategy, but we also have a Southern strategy? And ours is one that is about multiracial democracy and about challenging the terror of white supremacy. And so I think that's what we have to look at doing, and it's going to have to be multi-generational too. You know, we have amazing elders who've been in this work. I was just been in touch with Ms. Diane Nash, one of my elders, and we need to have this intergenerational conversation about what we do in this moment and how do we pull together that wisdom with the urgency and the energy that some of these newer groups are bringing in this moment.
Representative Justin Jones, I certainly appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, brother.
Danielle, y'all have been talking about doing Freedom Summer, and I just fundamentally believe we must have Freedom Summer in every single southern state in this country. We must be flooding the zone. We must be having training sessions and teach-ins every single week. We must say we're going to hit every single black voter. We have to have maximum black voter participation, and our goal should be to break the number that we set in 2008 with the election of then Senator Barack Obama as president.
Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity. I want to first give a shout out to my senior pastor, Frederick Douglass Haynes III, Reverend Dr. Frederick Douglass Haynes III, Senior Pastor French West, will also have the privilege of serving as the pastor of justice, but also co-directing the Black Faith Coalition. So for us, Freedom Summer 2.0 is a tool or a tactic in our larger toolbox where we are looking to build black political power throughout the state of Texas. So for Freedom Summer 2.0, while it is in the legacy of 64 Freedom Summer, which was access to the ballot box, right? 2026 Freedom Summer 2.0 is about dealing with the constant voter suppression tactics, the various machinations that are always implemented, and the ways in which this semblance of democracy is being dismantled. So for us, it's a 2-day convene that we will do in 3 cities, in Austin, Houston, and Dallas. And we're asking folks in surrounding cities and areas to join us. So Friday night is more of an artist series, right? It's going to be an opportunity for us to experience some joy, live music, but it's music with a message to get us ready for Saturday, where we will convene and have a series of trainings. So the series of trainings will be around understanding the role of public policy, the role we play in crafting public policy with our legislators, but also following that policy or that law all the way through to the end. And if it's passed, becomes law, becomes policy, how do we keep up with, make sure it's implemented and evaluated so we know what changes to make? We're going to also have training around what does it mean to be an organizer? How do we really do ground level work to get one-on-ones, to really get people connected and engaged to the entire political ecosystem? And although certainly voting is a big part of that, but also what does it mean to run for local office? How do we prepare people to run at the very local levels? Because that is also where we have to make sure we show up and vote all the way down the ballot, because we have to make sure we have folks in office at the local levels as well, and not just focus on the federal level. So it's going to be around organizing. It's also going to be around how do we train, how we do messaging? How do we make sure we are all learning some common lens, common language, so we all know what we're talking about and where we're going. So it also, because it's Black Faith Coalition, we will also have opportunities for senior pastors, clergy, or just people of faith to understand what does it mean to live out your faith in public life. What does sacred text tell us in terms of how do we use our voice in the public square? Why you need to go down to city council meetings, and why you need to serve on boards and commissions in your local city. So we're looking to really have various types of targeted training to equip people to understand voting season and after voting season. And so part of our North Star is going to be, while we're doing these trainings, how are we building a policy agenda for the 90th Texas legislative session? We're already meeting with some of our legislators. Some of them have been appointed to committees. So we're already talking about what we want to see them do by way of policy and law at the 90th session. So part of this is, how do we see ourselves as part of a larger ecosystem, voting, serving on commissions and boards, running for local office. And then, of course, it has to be turnout. But turnout why? Tell people why they need to turn out.
Yep.
Texas, I believe, has 4.5 million eligible black, but we have more eligible black voters in Texas than any other state.
Yep.
And so for me, is that, and I tell people, we're not a red state. And I hate when people say Texas is a red state. We're an organized state.
Yep.
Right? So we're doing our part to see how can we organize black Texans to build black political power. So we're doing regional meetings right now where eventually they become justice hubs. So it's not just one organization, one church, one leader leading everything. It's about we all have power and access to that power, because some people are leaning into, well, we're going to be the minority majority state. It's going to work out. No. Demographics do not win political power. Organized people do.
Yep.
So our goal is to go to these various regions, Central Texas, North Texas, and East Texas is where we're starting, but we plan to span out. We have people in West Texas reaching out saying, can you come out to Abilene and help us organize? So for us, it's about building power at the very basic level, but having it regionally, because some folks have regional things in common they need to connect with. We have to move beyond this isolation, being solo, trying to be the only one, but to really pull our resources together, organize in a way that builds power, builds capacity, so this can then be pushed out to other states to do the same thing.
What is
so Freedom Summer 2.0 for us is very, very critical that people connect and engage and get the training and education, cultural civic literacy. We have to do that. Because many times people are Go ahead.
First of all, I got to go to my next guest. What is the website if people want more information?
So the best place to find us right now is going to be follow us on Instagram at Black Faith Coalition. All the information and details are there. The link is there. The link tree is there to sign up, get connected, get engaged, and get all the information to be connected with Freedom Summer and beyond.
All right, then. Danielle, we surely appreciate it. Thanks a lot. So, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts says he doesn't like it when people look at the Supreme Court as being too partisan, saying that people have to respect the court. Well, what they did last night makes it perfectly clear that we should have no respect for this hardcore, right-wing, conservative court. Yeah, the court allowed a recent ruling last week that weakened a crucial part of the Voting Rights Act to take effect sooner than usual. This procedural decision comes shortly after the court ruled that it invalidated Louisiana's congressional map and diminished Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Typically, the court waits 32 days before officially issuing its judgment to the lower court. No, they said, we're not even going to wait a week. Last week, Louisiana requested that the court expedite the process, emphasizing the urgent need to redraw its congressional maps. On Monday, the Supreme Court granted the request. In fact, Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito decided to take pot shots at Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. Yeah. The black voters in the Calais case have filed a motion asking the Supreme Court to recall the judgment, stating that they intend to file for a motion for reconsideration. Ellie Mistel, Justice correspondent with The Nation, joins us right now. So, Ellie, for people who don't know, explain to them something called the Purcell decision, or the Purcell doctrine, if you will.
Yeah, the Purcell principle. It's really simple. It states that you cannot change the structure, the rules, the time, place, and manner, anything about the election. It says that you can't change those rules too close to the upcoming election.
Too close to the upcoming election. I'm sorry, Louisiana, their election already started. 42,000 people had already voted. The governor says, no, we're going to postpone that, and we're going to redraw the lines. And Samuel Alito said, this is so important, they must be allowed to do so. But, Ellie, wasn't it 3 or 4 years ago when the Louisiana maps were declared unconstitutional, and the same Supreme Court said, stop, hold up, it's too soon. But that was 5.5 months before. I mean, remember it vividly. And they said, no, 5.5 months is too soon. The election already started this one.
You're absolutely right. And the case was called Allen v. Milligan. It was in Alabama, and Alabama had these racist maps. These racist maps were so racist that even the racists on the Supreme Court were just like, oh, that's a bit too far. But they decided the case in February of 2022. And at that point, these conservatives, including Brett Kavanaugh, said that February 2022 was too close to the November 2022 midterms, and they invoked the Purcell principle. So they forced Alabama to have an election under unconstitutionally racist maps because they only ruled the maps racist in February and the election was in November. So that's the Purcell principle when it comes to restoring black voting rights. But when it comes to taking black voting rights away, apparently it doesn't matter. Apparently May in 2026, ahead of the November 2026 midterm elections, that's not close enough to the election to invoke this principle. So the hypocrisy from these justices is pretty evident. You were saying that the decision regarded a normal 32-day waiting period to reconsider. The reason why Louisiana wanted them to get rid of that period is so they could fast track, so they could move as fast as possible to take away black voting rights. Again, Ketanji Brown Jackson in the past 25 years found only 2 situations in which the court even considered getting rid of their waiting period, and they didn't in either of those times. That's what Jackson wrote in her dissent. So the idea of what they're doing is pretty obvious. But Roland, you said one thing that I guess I kind of disagree with. You were saying that it really shows how partisan this court is, how they're really going after Democrats and trying to help Republicans win the election. And that's true. But this doesn't show just their partisanship. This shows their deep, abiding racism. This is a purely racist decision because what you see happening in Louisiana and Tennessee, which we're going to talk about later in the show, and all of these southern states, Roland, they are trying to eliminate the Congressional Black Caucus. They are trying to eradicate the Congressional Black Caucus. There are 67 members of the 67 black people serving in Congress. Most of them represent districts in the South. And those are the districts they're trying to take away. To the point that when we talk about these gerrymandering maps, these new maps, Roland, they are leaving white Democratic districts alone. They are not splitting up because, we all think that like the only Democrats in the South are black, and they ain't. There are some whites of good conscience in the South who vote for the Democratic Party. Their neighborhoods are untouched. They're not cracking and packing the white Democratic neighborhoods in Louisiana, in Texas, in Tennessee. They're only going after the black ones. And so I just don't want people to, even for a second, miss that this isn't just political. This isn't just conservative v. liberal, Republican v. Democrat. This is white v. black.
Absolutely.
This is white supremacists coming for our very right to participate in democratic self-government, and they are winning.
And see, the thing that I need people to understand, this is from Talking Points Memo. Go to my iPad, Anthony. They call this Alito's Alabama pickle. They said in order to not look stupid, Samuel Alito had to differentiate the court's 2023 decision in Allen v. Milligan from Calais, despite the fact that they are virtually the same. I need people to understand that this exact same Supreme Court agreed with the lower court that Alabama needed to create a second congressional district because black voters were frankly being cheated. The same Supreme Court ruled in the exact same second seat in Louisiana that it needed to be done. And the Republicans went out and said, fine, we're going to draw us a black district. And then they said, okay, so now we're going to draw the black district, and then now we're going to take the same district, same seat that they made us draw, and now we're going to sue to get it completely overturned in Alito and Clarence Thomas and Roberts and Gorsuch and what's the woman's Comey? Kavanaugh and Barrett went, oh yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. As if The Alabama decision that they made and the Louisiana decision that they made never existed.
Yep. That's what happened. And remember, what the litigants in this, the people suing on behalf of the racists in Louisiana, were a group of white voters who were arguing that they had a constitutional right to over-representation. And I never want people to miss that. White people said that they were being discriminated in Louisiana because of the second majority-minority district in Louisiana, that was discriminating against white rights. Even though white folks only make up 60% of the population of Louisiana, the white folks there were arguing that they had a constitutional right to more representation than they deserve. Right? Whenever we talk about gerrymandering, whenever we talk about voter representation, you never have Black people asking for more than we deserve. You never have Black people asking to be overrepresented. We just want to be counted fairly. But these white folks, they literally are going to the Supreme Court and winning at the Supreme Court on an argument that is based on overrepresentation. Now, in terms of the hypocrisy of the Supreme Court justices, I'll give Sam Alito this. He dissented in the case that you just brought up. He dissented in Allen v. Milligan. Alito's actually not the one that flipped. He's always hated us, as has Clarence Thomas, as has Neil Gorsuch. The people who flipped were media darling John Roberts. It is John Roberts. I was honestly surprised, Roland, when this decision came out, not the ruling. I knew the Supreme Court was going to do racism, but I was surprised that Roberts let Alito write it as opposed to taking his prerogative as Chief Justice to write that decision, because it was a coward move from John Roberts. Because John Roberts is the person that said Alabama's map was unconstitutional back in 2022. And now in the carbon copy exact same situation, John Roberts has changed his mind. Well, he owed it to people to explain to people why he changed his mind. What was different, John? What's the new thing that happened? And he punked out. He punked out like a little coward, and he gave it to his, rabid attack dog, Sam Alito, to write the most awful decision that Alito could think of. And Roberts just signed his name on it, but he never explained why he changed his mind. It was a coward punk move from Roberts. But again, this is this Supreme Court. When I was on your show in 2021 and 2022, begging the Biden administration to do something about court expansion, to expand the number of justices on the Supreme Court, this is why. This is what I was screaming about.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ellie. You were screaming for Biden, the Democrats, to do what the Republicans in Utah did, where the Utah Supreme Court ruled against them and created a Democrat congressional district. And the Republicans said, oh, damn this, we're adding Utah State Supreme Court justices. And the legislature approved it. Governor signed it into law.
I was begging the Democrats to protect the Voting Rights Act, if for no other reason than out of self-preservation. Right? If you can't do it on the moral grounds and you can't do it on the legal grounds, do it for self-preservation, Democrats. But they didn't. I was begging them to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, which would have restored a lot of the previous issues with the Voting Rights Act that the Republicans had taken away. But, we can't kill the filibuster, so what can we do, Joe Manchin? Was the answer that you got. And so now, to quote Al Gore, we are living in a time of consequences. This is what happens when you let racist Republicans control the Supreme Court. And what that consequence is going to be is the attempted eradication of the Congressional Black Caucus. But I don't want to leave people just with doom and gloom, although I don't have a lot of hope at this moment. I don't want to leave people with only that. Understand, all of these gerrymanders, all of these maps, they're based on a previous idea of voter turnout. They're based on a previous idea of Black voter turnout. They're based on a previous idea of Latino voter turnout. And they're based on an idea of white voter turnout. If Black people, Latino people, and whites of good conscience overwhelmingly turn out, like Obama 2008 numbers turn out, all of these maps fail them. All of these maps fail them because to make the maps, because you can't completely erase the people. To make a majority minority district safe for a white Republican, what you have to do is not only is get, just 50% plus one into that majority minority district, you also have to weaken previously strong Republican districts to make the numbers work, right?
And Ellie, and this,
if you overwhelmingly turn out, you blow up all of their calculations. And it is the only way at this point.
And that's why when I call this what it is a GOP war on Black America. I said last night, this should be Freedom Summer 2026. I walked people through this graphic that what happened. The numbers do not lie. The numbers are very clear. And the reason Republicans are pissed off is because of what happened in 2008. Anthony, go to my iPad. Y'all, it's right here. You see right there, 2008, 2012. The black line, that's black people. The blue line, it's white people. 2008, so y'all, the blue line is black, the black line is white. And you see right here, 2008, 2012, where you have black people outvoted white people. Now, here's the deal. They pissed off Latinos. Latinos are way down here. Latinos were under 40 or 50% in 2008. They exceeded 50% in 2020, went back down to 2024. And what I have been saying, point blank, Ellie, is that this right here, this graphic right here, white is black, black is blue. If black people turn out in massive numbers, they're screwed. Because you have to move people. If the South Carolina wants to get rid of Clyburn's district, you got to figure out what to do with a lot of black people. If you in Mississippi and you want to get rid of Congressman Benny Thompson's district and make it GOP, you're going to have to get rid of 40% of black people in the state. If you are in Tennessee and you say, we're going to split Tennessee, split Memphis like we did Nashville, well, those black people, they're going to go in somebody else's district. And again, we can torpedo them at every turn. So this is why I'm saying mass voter registration. This is why I am saying every single week in every single city, in every single southern state, there should be town halls, voter citizenship training, walking people through the issues and getting them to understand that we can kick their asses at the ballot box. And it also means in North Carolina, re-elect Anita Earls to the North Carolina Supreme Court. And in 2028, when those 3 Republicans are up on the ballot, take all 3 of them out at the ballot box. It means Georgia. It means Georgia on May 19th, having those 2 candidates. We had one on last night. One name is Miracle, one name is Jen. Elect them to the Georgia Supreme Court. Yo, this is warfare, Ellie, and people got to be on warfare footing.
It's the only way. I cannot emphasize enough. There is no more legal recourse. The Supreme Court is showing they ass. All right, they are here to bring the hammer of white supremacy. There are no more lawsuits. There's no more. That avenue is functionally closed. And frankly, there are no more candidates, right? Like we can talk all the time we want in the off years about how we need these candidates and that candidates and better candidates and better, and it doesn't matter at this point. All that matters is turnout. And one of the reasons why they gerrymander districts is that they know that people will look at the district they're in and feel like it's hopeless, feel like there's no point, feel like there's no reason to go out and vote, because how can you possibly overcome such a large white majority? But you got to remember, lots of white folks don't vote either. Right. And if you have a better turnout per capita than they do, and you bring friends, white friends along, and you bring Latino and AAPI friends along, like that is how you do it. And that's the only way left. And the last thing I'll say, this, as bad as it is shaping up for 2026 in terms of voter suppression, please understand 2026 is going to end up being our last best chance for voter representation, because all of these gerrymanders, it's only going to get worse in 2028. And it's only going to get worse in 2030 after the next census, when they have a normal redistricting. The 2030 census will be the first census where they will be able to do normal redistricting without the restrictions of the Voting Rights Act. So it only gets worse from here. If you can't win here, if you can't win now, if you can't win in 2026, it only gets worse going forward.
And Ellie, this is also why finally you have folks waking up. Democrats in New York, you have to run the table. Democrats in Illinois, run the table. To that asshole Senate president in Maryland, get your ass in gear and stop protecting that one Republican seat, because they don't give a damn about one Democratic seat in other states. It means California, yeah, go for a 52-0 map. That's what you do.
Yep. It's absolute hardball. You cannot unilaterally disarm. I know that lots of people on my side of the aisle, oh, gerrymandering, it's so icky and gross. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter anymore. Like what they did in Virginia is exactly what you have to do in all of these other states where Democrats do have control. Michigan, like as you say, Democrats have to run the table in the states that still allow Black voices to be heard, and then you need overwhelming turnout in states where the Black voice is suppressed. And that's your shot. That there is but one play now, and that's the play.
Yep, that's it. Ellie Mistel, Justice Correspondent. We still appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, folks. If you want to understand how shameful, despicable these people are, this official from Georgia went on Newsmax, and he literally said that I know there's an election going on. I know people are casting ballots. Oh, by the way, early voting has already started in Georgia. The election is in 14 days. It's in 2 weeks. But Congressman Buddy Carter said, I don't care. We should just stop the election and change the maps.
And I'm glad that Tennessee and Alabama are redrawing their districts. And I think that Georgia should do the same thing. Yes, we have started early voting. And yes, it would be inconvenient. But at the same time, it's never too late to do the right thing. And the right thing is for the governor and for the legislature to call a special session to redistrict so that Georgians will be represented by people who represent their values. We shouldn't have to suffer through the next 2 years just because it's inconvenient to do it now. We need to suspend the House races, and we need to go ahead and redistrict so that the Georgians would be represented in the next 2 years by people who represent their values.
Yeah, if you could just even take a moment and kind of, walk our audience through how might redistricting really impact the balance of power between Democrats and Republicans in the state of Georgia.
Well, we could potentially pick up 2 to 3 seats in the state of Georgia. And that's important because that could impact the national majority. It actually could be the difference between us going back as Republicans in the majority in the House and going back as in the minority. And that's important. It's important that Georgia do this. As I say, it's never too late to do the right thing. And the right thing is to go ahead and redistrict so that Georgians will be represented by people who represent their values. Georgia is a Republican state. We need to remember that.
Yeah, and exactly.
Georgia is a Republican state, as if Democrats don't exist. Oh, by the way, as if your 2 United States senators right now are not Democrats. Randy Bryan's entrepreneur, author, speaker, creator of The Truth in Game, joining us from D.C. Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor for environmental justice at the EPA, also from D.C. Nicole Robinson, political law attorney and strategist, also from D.C. Glad to have all 3 of you here. Mustafa, I'll start with you. I keep saying it. This means war. And this means all hands on deck. This is why House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, this is why he dropped $20 million in Virginia. This is why he is funding the effort in New York State as well. Democrats have got to stop playing this wonderful, nice, cute, let's all get along. No. This is called being Bumpy Johnson ruthless.
Yeah, most definitely. We actually break this down. This is about the erasure of Black power. every time that we begin to make some strides, then they start to implement these types of things. If you look at the Congressional Black Caucus that Ellie had raised there just a moment ago, we've got some of the highest numbers that we've had in a long time, that of folks who are representing our communities. And that power translates into being able to make sure our air and our water is protected, that that we're making sure the care and housing and transportation is affordable and accessible. So folks really have to understand why this is so incredibly important. So when they do the gerrymandering, what they're doing is they're, trying to take away a small amount of power that we have and the resources that are tied to that. And that's why when you talk about this current war that's going on, it's so incredibly important to actually not only pay attention, but get engaged, because you are literally making a determination of what your future will look like, and does your vote have any power to actually help move in the right direction?
Oh, absolutely. And when I look at this here, Randy, we talk about DEI. I mean, this Supreme Court says, hey, we want power for white people. This is why I wrote my book, White Fear. I said how the browning of America is making white folks lose their minds. I warn everybody of this. I warn that these people are going to cement white power, and this is exactly what they are trying to do today.
Right. When people talk about racism, they really try to minimize it to someone calling us the N-word or being rude to us in a store. And I want people to understand that this is real racism. This is how they wipe us out and bring us to our knees. And that is by going at the top. They have systematically gone through every program that was designed to give us some rights, some. It wasn't all the way fair in this country. So they immediately attacked DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, to ensure that white people would be the ones that were essentially only included and treated fairly and paid fairly in jobs, although DEI helped white women more than anybody. They have now, they have the EEOC encouraging white men to declare that there's reverse discrimination going on, because in their minds, although they control most of the money and power in this country, when there's something that they don't have, they really believe white supremacy makes them believe that they are due and owed everything. And now with this voting, what they're saying is that we don't want Black people to have a voice whatsoever in this country. We don't want them to be able to vote for their rights and their interests. And not as if we can trust them to speak for us or care for us or put us, in a good form. So we are in trouble, people. And I hate to again, scare people, but we should be frightened to the point where we're doing something, because this is a straight up attack on us, on our rights and our liberties, and on the way that we could live going forward in this country.
Nicole, this isn't about scaring people. It's called stating facts.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And I want people to keep remembering and keep hearing the words white supremacy, because that's exactly what this is. Sometimes white supremacy doesn't look like a hood or a burning cross or a noose. Sometimes it looks like a 6-3 Supreme Court ruling. Sometimes it looks like redrawing a map. But I also want us to remember that Black people have fought back every single time that white supremacists tried to silence us, whether that be after Jim Crow, after Reconstruction. We have fought, and we can fight this again in November. And even before November, we need our legislators to come back and come out and start redrawing maps just like the Republicans are doing. We have to start fighting now, educating ourselves now, registering to vote now, and getting on the front lines.
We talked about some comments Stephen A. Smith made on Cam Newton's podcast, saying that he wished that Black people would all vote Republican. Let me play that again for you.
I wish for one election that every Black person would vote Republican. What? How can he say that? I said, it's simple. Since 1964, the Black folks, we have been giving our vote to the Democratic Party at an exorbitant rate. Therefore, they know they got our vote, and they don't have to cater to us as much as we need them to. The Republicans know they'll never get our vote, so they don't give a damn about us. And as a result, we're the only community in America devoid of representation, which is why we're considered disenfranchised. I'm tired of that. What I want is to put ourselves as a community in a position where both parties have to work to get our vote.
Can I ask you this? Do you think you covering politics like you cover politics, in the words of your mans, is that good for business, your business?
It has the potential.
Stephen A. Smith said, we're the only group devoid of representation. That's a lie. Like, I literally have no idea what the hell he's talking about. Like, literally. Is Governor Wes Moore not black? In Maryland? Is Don Scott, the Speaker of the House of Virginia, not black? Is Louise Lucas, the Senate Pro Tem, not black? Is Lieutenant Governor of Illinois not black? You've got 58 members of the Congressional Black Caucus in Congress. You have Vice President Kamala Harris. Is she not black? We can go on and on and on. You've got Lieutenant Governor right now in Michigan. You've got a black Attorney General in Nevada, a black Attorney General in Maryland, a black Attorney General in Massachusetts, a black Attorney General in New York State, a black Attorney General in Illinois. What the hell is he talking about? We are devoid of representation. Now, if you're saying that there are 4 black Republicans, yeah, but guess what? All 4 of them are going to be gone come January. But this is why. So we had Michael Harriot, founder of the Contraband Camp, on last night. We brought him back tonight because I saw Umar Johnson. I saw these other black conservatives like, that's right, Stephen A's right, Stephen A. right. Because this notion is that, that if we voted Republican, then they would listen to us and start doing what we desire. I find that to be nonsensical. So I called Michael and I said, Michael, let's actually walk people through what the Republicans said they were going to do to black people in 2024. Matter of fact, not even 2024, because Jonathan Swain and Axios dropped the story in 2021. They were preparing Project 2025. So they started in 2021. So Michael Harriot joins us right now. So Michael, let's go ahead and get started. So since all of these people are saying, yay, Stephen A. is right, and if only we could vote Republican, they're going to start listening to us. Michael, please illuminate for people and remind people what Republicans actually said that they were going to do if they regained power as it relates to black people.
So the first thing we have to know is that from the beginning, even before 2020, the Republicans had a dream. Their biggest dream was to repeal the Voting Rights Act. That's why John Roberts was a Supreme Court nominee. That's why how he got on the Supreme Court. That was his mission, to repeal the Voting Rights Act. In 2013, I interviewed the gentleman who was the councilman who they were trying to get out of his county seat. And that case became Shelby versus Holder, right? And that was their first step, right? That was the first step to eliminating the Voting Rights Act. When Trump got elected and when Trump ran in 2021, what did he promise, right? He was going to get rid of affirmative action. He was going to, bring back what was called the National Origins Formula, which was essentially a race-based quota system for immigration. He promised all of this black stuff. And apparently in 2020, Stephen A. Smith thought that's who he was voted for. And it's important to know that I went and attended a lecture at the University of Alabama, Birmingham in 2013, and Stephen A. Smith was saying the same stuff, right? So if Stephen A. Smith had his wish, every black person in America would have voted for Donald Trump, right? That's what you begin with. Every black person in America would have empowered this white nationalist that we wanted. And when Donald Trump was kicked out of office by Joe Biden, he went even further, right? Stephen A. Smith said that's what we should have voted for. But what did he say he was going to do? He said he was going to get rid of DEI. He said he was going to get rid of affirmative action. Said he was going to get rid of all of this what he called divisive rhetoric about teaching Black history. He said we weren't going to be talking about race. He said he was going to give drug dealers the death penalty. Right? He said he was going to create these camps for homeless people. He said he was going to repeal every equality that we had in the housing sector, right? And on the first day in office, he did it. Here's the thing that we have to understand, right? I know we say people like Umar Johnson and Stephen A. Smith who don't know history like to think that we started voting Republican in the civil rights era, but that's not true. As you showed from the data I sent you last night, it began way before that because Black people identified with the Republican Party in the 1930s, but when it came to president, they voted for FDR. Why did they do that? Well, in 1941, FDR asked Mary McLeod Bethune to get her the smartest Black people he could find. One of them, a Harvard University professor named Rayford Logan, wrote the executive order 8802 that desegregated the defense industry. That caused the Great Migration, right? And so because we got the president to do what we wanted, we identified as Republican, but voted for a Democratic president. That began the move toward the Democratic Party. And Black people did not necessarily flock toward the Democratic Party. What happened was white people flocked away from the Democratic Party when they began giving us our voting rights. It started with the desegregation of the military.
So Michael, you're saying that when Black people, just like into a neighborhood, when Black people start going to a party, white people run the other way.
Right, and that's when. So again, if you look at the data, we voted for president for Democratic president after FDR. White people began flocking away from the Democratic president, and when George McGovern ran, because he ran on all of these racist dog whistles, right? And then
I'm sorry. George Wallace ran on the racist dog whistles. You said George McGovern. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. And George Wallace ran toward on the racist dog whistle. Remember, the first thing Strom Thurmond did when he switched from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party is what? We know now. He went to the FBI office and said that I want you to open a case against this man named Martin Luther King Jr. That's why they sent Martin Luther King that letter telling him to kill himself. Stephen A. Smith wants us to vote for that party, right? It's absolutely insane, aside from the lack of logic that we shouldn't give our votes to the Democratic Party, but we should give our votes to the Republican Party, who has demonstrated their opposition to our progress. It doesn't make any historical sense.
So when we talk about, to your point, when you talk about, because you mentioned housing, and again, this is what I need. So all these people who keep saying, if we vote Republican, then they gonna listen to us. And you just laid out housing. Go to my iPad. ProPublica did a story. Donald Trump shut down. Go to my iPad. Donald Trump shut down an investigation of ProPublica. ProPublica did a story. It was a HUD investigation of racism among a Dallas HOA. Donald Trump said, nah, we ain't doing that. Black people in Cancer Alley, Louisiana, were protesting and were suing what was taking place there, where they were dying because of petrochemical plants. Donald Trump pulled out of that lawsuit, saying it was a DEI lawsuit. Lowndes County, Alabama, Black people had sewage that was flooding into their homes and backyards, and the Biden-Harris administration negotiated a settlement. Donald Trump saying, nah, that's a DEI settlement. We've walked through numerous times where Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans have completely shut things down, discrimination cases, Education Department, they pretty much wiped out civil rights offices. They're not investigating anything. The Department of Justice, they're not investigating any police officers of wrongdoing. So I'm just trying to understand, Michael, where these people are coming from when they think that Republicans are going to all of a sudden start embracing a black agenda.
Right. First of all, to what you said, right? You know, I read the entire Project 2025. One of the things that Project 2025 said, and it's broken down by federal agency, right? And what Project 2025 proposed was that he get rid of the Office of Civil Rights in every federal agency. People don't know that there's an Office of Civil Rights, not just in DOJ, but in the HHS. Well, all of that is reflected in his 2027 budget. We published a report today that went line by line through his latest federal budget that he's proposing for 2027. He wants to get rid of the DHS Office of Civil Rights, right? He wants to make Alcatraz spend $1.7 billion to remake Alcatraz into what is essentially a concentration camp, right? He wants to defund black farmers, right? There was a grant that gave $300 million to black farmers who were at risk of losing their land. He has already proposed in his budget to get rid of that program. And he wants to get rid of 49 of those 50 grants. Well, who got the 50th of those grants? A white nonprofit organization, right? And so what we have to understand is not just like the rhetoric of this slick talking sophistry that Stephen A. Smith likes to put on YouTube, right? But we have to understand what the facts are, right? If those people, if the Republican Party, that white nationalist party, actually wanted to compete for our vote, they could have done it. They talked all last campaign season about how they're going to attract black men, but they didn't demonstrate it with any actual policies, right? It was just something that they said. And so we have to understand the difference between people who just talk about things on the internet, like Stephen A. Smith, who is a great entertainer, and someone who's actually studied and don't think that they're smarter than my grandmama and our ancestors and all of the black people who ever lived, who wrote the policies and studied the issues and didn't go on ESPN and talk about sports and the Cowboys, but actually knew history and politics and things that only appear in books.
And see, my thing is this here. To me, this segment is not even about Stephen A. I just use this clip. But see, it's a lot of these people who say the same thing. So, oh, you're a liberal slave. You're on the plantation. We ain't got nothing from Democrats in 60 years. They haven't gotten, we've done nothing. It's like, I mean, they can go on and on and on and on. And I sit here and go, okay, can y'all please tell me the 5 issues on a black agenda that Democrats don't support and Republicans do support? They never are able to do so. So what happens, Michael, is that these are the phrases. Stephen A. used one of them. They pay us lip service. Okay, what does that mean? They ain't done nothing for us. But Michael, here's the crazy thing. It ain't like black people have been non-critical of Democrats. It ain't like we ain't said y'all ain't doing enough. Like, that's what's so stupid. I ain't running to nobody black saying, you know, Roland, they've done enough. They have been absolutely amazing. No, the point of politics is to always ask for more. But what gets me is the other side, they ain't done a damn thing.
That's the anti-intellectual straw man that they built, right? They said, well, the Democrats don't give us exactly what we want. So, you know, they must not be for black people. We should leave that party, right? When politics, nobody ever gets what they want, right? Like the anti-intellectual part of that is the assumption that black people are 100% satisfied with the Democratic Party. When you know, and I know, that we have criticisms of the Democratic Party. They chase after white moderates, right? They sometimes do. They pay us lip service. They don't know how to reach black voters, right? And those are valid criticisms, right? But just because your house ain't exactly like you want it, right? Like if you got a leak in the roof, you don't burn the house down and say, man, we got to move, right? You try to fix it from inside the house. And that's what Black people have done to the only political representation that they really have a chance at electing in a two-party system.
I referenced this the other day, and it was always interesting to me. And again, I like to deal in facts. I ain't dealing with emotion. I ain't dealing with drama. I'm not dealing with people who just sort of just throw BS out there. And the first time Trump was there, I was very clear. One of the first things that Republicans did was they overturned, and Trump signed it into law, they overturned what Obama did to stop discrimination in auto lending. And this actually happened, y'all, because I was looking for it last night and I finally found it. This happened on the floor of the United States House, and this is actually where Reclaim My Time originated. I need y'all to listen.
Make sure that we're making America great every day in every way. And the best way to do that is to stop talking about discrimination and start talking about the nation. We're coming together as a people in spite of what you say. Thank you, gentlemen. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Texas reserves, the gentlelady from California.
Thank you very much. The gentleman, Mr. Kelly, please do not leave because I want you to know that I am more offended as an African-American woman than you will ever be. And this business about making America great again, it is your president that's dividing this country. And don't talk to me about the fact that we don't understand what happens on the automobile. No, I will not yield. No, I will not yield.
Okay.
Don't tell me that we don't understand. That's the attitude that's been given toward women time and time again.
The gentlelady will suspend. The chair wishes to remind all members that they are to address their remarks to the chair.
I respect the chair, but don't stop me in the middle when you didn't stop him in the middle. And so I shall continue. Don't you dare talk to me like that and think that somehow women don't understand what goes on the floor of automobile dealers.
Minded to direct her remarks to the chair. The gentlelady will continue in order.
I will continue to do that. However, I don't appreciate that you did not interrupt him when he was making those outrageous remarks about him knowing more about discrimination than I know about discrimination. I resent that, and I resent the remark about making America great again. He's down here making a speech for this dishonorable president of the United States of America. Having said that, I reserve the balance of my time, and no, I do not yield not 1 second to you. Not 1 second. Not 1 second to you.
So here's the question, Michael. Why in the hell would I, as a black man, give my vote to a party that wants to get rid of laws that fight discrimination in auto lending? Why in the hell would I do that? Why in the hell, after 10 black people were gunned down by a white supremacist at a grocery store in Buffalo, New York, and Jamal Bowen, then congressman, introduces a resolution condemning white supremacy, and not one Republican supported it, why in the hell would I give them my vote?
Well, here's a better question, Roland. When they were arguing about that, right, that Obama-era policy, how did that get into law if the Democratic Party only pays us lip service? When Trump repealed 48 Obama-era policies on his first day as president, how did those policies get into effect if the Democratic Party only pays us lip service? When he repealed Executive Order 8802, which is written by a black man, how did it get into law if the party only pays us lip service? If the party only paid us lip service, then how did Obama filed suit, his DOJ filed suit against every major lending institution for discrimination in America. If they only paid us lip service, then how did we get the dear colleague letter on the from the Department of Education warning school districts that, hey, we're going to sue you if you keep disproportionately punishing Black kids? Like, if they only pay us lip service, if they don't do anything for Black people, why do they got to repeal the laws, right? Like, where did the laws magically come from if the party only pays us lip service?
Yeah, and the other thing is this here. This is what I would love. And again, I would love for Stephen A. or Umar or any Black conservative, what's that silly Negro, Vince Ellison, whatever his name is. I would love for any of them, to explain to me how is it that Black-owned businesses received $10 billion in federal contracts in the last year of Biden-Harris. And let me be real clear, that's 2%, and I ain't happy at all about 2%, but it was $10 billion and it was a record number. We're now down to 1.2% under Trump. So again, why would I, as a Black man, give my vote to a party that does not want Black people to get contracts? Why would I do that?
Well, not just doesn't want Black people to get contracts. They repealed the legislation and the executive orders that allowed Black people to get contracts. They repealed the legislation that, again, created the biggest demographic shift in American history. That came from Executive Order 8802, which is gone now, right? They repealed the affirmative action executive order, which was written by Hobart Taylor Jr., a Black man, right? They're repealing the executive orders and the legislation that we created. And we are expected to vote for those people? Like, the only thing that explains it, right, is that there's only one word to explain it that's created by the generation after mine. They gotta be ops, man, right? They are opponents. They are our opposition. They want us to vote for people who oppose us. There's only one logical explanation, that they are our ops.
Let me just get it. Y'all stay right there. In my studio, I'm gonna need y'all to put this back on the wall when I'm done. In my studio, go wide.
I know exactly what you're getting.
Go wide. Come on, go wide. Y'all, I got 3 cameras right here. Switch to a wide shot. What we doing? Okay, I don't understand why the camera not wide. Anyway, so y'all, thank you. That's the shot I wanted, please. Now, y'all, this is the poster from Nate Parker's The Birth of a Nation. And when I saw this poster, I said, Nate, you got to send me an autographed copy so I could put this in my studio. And y'all notice in this poster, the noose around his neck is a U.S. flag. That, Michael, to me, is the equivalent of us giving our vote to the Republican Party. We are voluntarily lynching ourselves. We are voluntarily screwing ourselves. Onyx Impact put together a report dealing with the budget, it's called the Blackout Report. And go to my iPad. You see it right here. So we've lost some $3.4 billion in federal grants. 591 Black books banned across 21 states. We've been wiped out thousands of jobs because MAGA's been targeting Black people. Y'all, that's a noose around the necks of Black people. So, Michael, it would literally be Black suicide to say, oh, let's give all of our black votes to the Republicans because they might begin to love us.
Right. It's what they're suggesting is that there is someone who's been stalking us and trying to kill us, and they haven't completed their mission. And what Stephen A. Smith wants us to do is just give them more bullets, right? Like that's what he wants, to give them, the people who have been trying to kill us politically, to kill our rights legislatively, to give them more bullets, because somehow that would make them not shoot us or stop shooting at us. It doesn't make logical sense.
It doesn't make logical sense, and there's no way in hell I would tell anybody that should happen. Michael Harriot, Contraband Camp. Go to my iPad, y'all. Please read this piece on Contraband Camp. A wish list for white supremacy. 7 ways Trump's 2027 budget will hurt Black America. Y'all take a look, please. Also support Contraband Camp. You can subscribe. You can also donate. And so please go to contrabandcamp.com, contrabandcamp.com. Y'all, today, Black Enterprise announced they were laying off their 15 freelancers. Listen, we are losing Black-owned media left and right. It ain't a lot of folk doing the work that we do. So what we do here at Black Star Network, what we do, what Contraband Camp does, and so we got to be supporting Black-owned media and all that we do. Michael, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for having me.
I'm going back to my panel here. I mean, Mustafa, we got to be some damn fools to sit here and listen to these yahoos say some of the most ridiculous things when, again, I don't wake up a Democrat. Let me be real clear. I have never in my life called myself a Democrat, a Republican, or even an independent. I call myself Black. And I would be outside of my damn mind if I decided to say, yeah, let me go ahead and stand with the people who are doing all they can to screw over Black folk all across this country.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I always say I vote for who cares about my community and is willing to make sure the words are translated into real action.
Yeah, Mustafa, you are a big-time this right here. You are a big-time environmentalist. Why in the hell would you, as a big-time environmentalist, as a Black man and environmentalist, give your vote to a party that stands against everything you believe in as an environmentalist?
I wouldn't. Everybody knows that. I stand on that all the time. You know, I was just going to say that many of these folks who you have identified today who are asking people to give consideration in voting for the Republican Party, I would ask them to actually go with myself or a number of other folks to real communities who are actually barely hanging on, and in many instances, their lives have been shortened because of the impacts that are going on inside of their communities, the poison that's being pumped into their veins, into their lungs, into their bodies, into the babies that are coming, into this next generation. And that's the thing that just baffles me, is that we get people who come on TV, who come on these platforms, who've never spent any time in community and seen exactly what is going on, where people are getting cancers and are getting liver and kidney diseases and all these different types of things that are currently going on. And that's why I say that I give my vote to somebody who's willing to actually work on those issues, somebody who's willing to put the dollars back into community, where we've been under-resourced for decades upon decades. And that's what we have to get to, is because these people will make these broad statements, but they don't talk about Black maternal health and what's actually going on in our communities and who's been willing to make the funding that's necessary for us to begin to make some gains in that area. They don't talk about what's going on with Black farmers and how we have less and less land, and that means we get less and less fresh food. They don't talk about what's going on in the grocery store because they're so far removed from what's actually going on in Black communities. I mean, that's why I say you have to earn my vote, and that means that you have to put real action with the words that are coming out of your mouth.
Nicole, you are a lawyer. Why in the hell would you, as a lawyer, give your vote to a party who right now won't prosecute a single cop for wrongdoing?
You had a jury in Los Angeles convict a former deputy sheriff of beating a woman who was recording, and Donald Trump's U.S. attorney came in, did a post-conviction plea deal, took it from a felony to a misdemeanor. When Donald Trump got sworn in, one of the first things that he did was give a pardon to 2 cops in D.C. who chased down a black kid who was killed, and they were chasing him unnecessarily. They were convicted by a jury. Donald Trump pardoned them. Donald Trump has attacked law firms that have opposed him and then tried to force him to sign awful deals. Why would you, as a black attorney, vote for those fools?
And this is the same party that's supposed to be tough on crime and all about law and order. The only time they care about crime and law and order is when it's used to hurt Black people. We see this party advocating for the prison industrial complex, even if they don't want to call it that. They want us in jail. They want us in change. They want to bring back Jim Crow. And honestly, Roland, at this point, I think Stephen A. Smith might be a plant by the Trump administration or something, because what is he talking about? I know that he cannot point to one Republican policy or one Republican candidate that would do anything helpful for Black people. And this rhetoric is especially dangerous right now when we're sitting here almost about to be back in Jim Crow because of what the Supreme Court and Trump and his Klan members are doing. So Stephen A. Smith does not deserve a platform, and I hope Cam Newton also learns that he shouldn't have had him on his platform either.
Randy,
this is a shame.
Randy, you have spent your career trying to get more of us in corporate America, get us promoted, get us on boards, get us on contract. Why in the hell would you, as a black woman who has fought in the DEI space, give your vote to a party that despises diversity, equity, inclusion, that wants to have more white men in power, that does not want to see us get contracts, that does not want to see us sit on boards of directors? Why in the hell would you do that?
I wouldn't. I would never. They have been consistent with trying to block Black people from any positions of power. They have been consistent in trying to ensure that we don't earn as much as them. Today, we earn on $1. A white man gets $1 for $1. He earns $1. Whereas a Black man will get 80 cents of that. A Black woman, 60-something cents of that. We don't even earn what they earn. And what people need to understand is that's purposeful. For doing these same exact jobs, they have actively worked against us. This is not a neutral party, and then maybe the Democrats do a little bit more. This is a party that has dedicated themselves to actively ensuring that we can barely function in this country. It has been an absolute fight. The reason why I stepped away from working in DEI in corporate America is because it was so deflating, because I was seeing what they were doing every day to knock us down on our knees and make it where we are simply crawling. And when they point to people like Stephen A. Smith, when you talk about DEI, is because they get that one magical Negro, right? And they'll say, oh, we couldn't be racist because look at who we hired. Look at who we've given a platform. But it's always a person that speaks against us. They speak against Black people, which is why he has a platform. Think about all the Black journalists and newscasters who have lost their jobs over the past year because they were trying to speak truth to power, stating absolute facts. They were let go. So if you see someone who has a large platform on a media platform that is owned by, you know who they're owned by, trust me, they're speaking not for Black people, but against our interests.
We have to have mass mobilization, mass action against these folks. That's what Bishop William Barber, the Repairs of the Breach, Poor People's Campaign has been talking about, calling for a number of years. Bishop Barber joins us right now. Bishop, we've been laying out, this is an absolute war on Black America. You've been talking about fusion politics. It was a lot of white folks sitting there in Tennessee. This is where white folks of conscience, Latinos, Asian Americans, Native Americans need to understand, hey, it ain't just us. Republicans in Florida, they wiping out Latino districts. They wiping out Latino voters. And so if they think this is only us, they coming for y'all too.
Look, you better believe it. For that tactic, Roland, that you just saw there reading the Constitution is something we train people how to do in the Poor People's Campaign with Repairs of Breach. I saw some of my folk there, and it needs to be even more diverse. But listen, we're in this battle. You and I have been talking about, we are in the battle for whether we're going to have the ending and retrogression of the second Reconstruction or whether we're going to fight our way into a third. And they are intending on undoing the second Reconstruction. You know, let me just say a thing about Stephen A. and I'll move to the other. You and I will debate him and whoever, anywhere, anytime. That's just ignorant, a lot of the stuff he said. And we need to debate him in a place where he doesn't just get to holler, but actually has to talk facts. Because it is dangerous in this time to be throwing out things that are not rooted in history. Do you know, in your audience, that here are some things that if we had not had a diverse Congress because of the Voting Rights Act, here are things that would not have ever existed. The American Rescue Plan that put $1.9 trillion in economic relief to combat COVID would not have passed without a diverse coalition. Infrastructure, investment in jobs, 1.2 million infrastructure. When you talk about this is hurting black, white, and everybody when they want to roll back these laws, the Inflation Reduction Act would not have passed. CHIPS and Science Act that put $52 billion in not only semiconductors, I know it's a little technical, but in research to make sure that our communities are not left behind would not have passed. The Affordable Care Act would not have passed. All of these things passed, and many others, Roland, only because of the gains of the second Reconstruction, and only because we had a diverse Congress where the Black Congressional Caucus was able to be the conscience of the nation and vote and make sure that that things were done. Now, here's one other thing, though, Roland, and you know we talk real. I think that right now, too, we have to have what we call the AI moment in the Bible. In Joshua, when Joshua lost the battle, God said, check your camp out.
Boom.
It's not your enemy. You check your camp. Now, I'm going to say this. People are going to get pissed off, but that's all right. Anybody, black or white, in the Congressional Caucus, Civil Rights Organization, whatever, that did not join us in 2020 when we said, demand that the only way we pass COVID relief, particularly the corporation part of it, is to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act law and living wages simultaneously. There were people that turned away from that, told people not to mobilize, said we'll come back to it. We'll give Manchin what he wanted out of Tennessee. Manchin promised us he was going to do something. And we knew it was a lie then. And there's got to be some repentance. I'm not saying we're going to beat up on folk forever, but we got to own some of this stuff is of our own doing as well.
Yeah.
Now, once we do that, Roland, we can't have no 45% turnout no more in the black community. No more. We just can't. We can't have the remaining majority black districts that are still existing. You have to run like you are losing. You have to turn up the vote and turn out the vote. We can't have 60% or 50% of our people staying home. Never again. We need 10 years of massive mobilization in the black community. And every politician that comes before us, particularly the Democrats, we need to say, if you get our votes and we give you a majority in the House and in the Senate, what are you going to do in the first 50 days? 50 days. And the first thing has to be a brand new, restored Voting Rights Act that fits this moment. And if necessary, do what Franklin Delano Roosevelt threatened to do, and that is win the presidency and then expand the Supreme Court. Otherwise, we just whistling Dixie.
Yeah, I mean, I think what happened, and let's just be real clear, Bishop, you had a whole bunch of civil rights groups who were trying to play it safe. who were inside sitting at the table, did not want to put external pressure on Biden, Harris, and on the Congress. And it was like, no, we good. And this is the mistakes the Democrats made with Roe v. Wade. They've now made it with the Voting Rights Act. They were like, oh, no. That's settled law. The Supreme Court is not going to roll those things back. What this Supreme Court is saying is, we the end. Can't nobody tell us what to do. We got supreme power, and we about to use it the way we see fit. And we will ignore our own precedent, do what the hell we want to do to achieve the outcome that we want to achieve, which is align with a right-wing conservative Republican Party.
That's right. Because they know the demographics role, and you've talked about this, are shifting so fast, population-wise. The only way you can hold on to power in the next 10, 15 years is to cheat. And this has been something that's been going on. We could have fixed the Voting Rights Act ever since June 25th, 2013.
That was Obama. Obama was there.
That's right. That's exactly right. Obama, then Biden, then the Congress. And anybody, I don't care who it is, a congressional leader, a whip, who said to folk, hold off, back up. I remember we went to Tennessee, put 1,000 people in front of Manchin's office, and white and black, to challenge him to do what he promised John Lewis on his deathbed. And he told our folk, I've been assured from other groups that I don't have to go along with your pressure, and they're gonna be okay with the vote on the COVID relief for corporations. You know, he wanted some for his sludge plant or something up in West Virginia, and then he promised he would come back and vote for the Voting Rights Act, and there was never a comeback because we never should have let him off the hook. After the 2020 election, COVID relief, living wages, and the Voting Rights Act should have been the top 3 actions on the table and should have been done in the first 100 days of that new administration. Now that we're not there, we've got to now go back and that's why you and I are working to organize 1,000 men, alpha men, and now we got the Amy Zion and others are coming in who will engage in the kind of massive mobilization because we have to make them pay. So let's, for instance, say they've cut right now some of the Voting Rights Act. If we turn up our vote, we can actually change some of the districts that are not predominantly black districts, but we can make it so they can't win in certain areas and we'll have to answer to the power of the black vote. But we can't do it with just 45% of the people turning out. Come on, y'all. We have to have a turnout like they had in South Africa when Mandela was running for president. You remember that, Roland?
Absolutely.
Lines around the building, everybody standing in line for hours in the hot sun. That's the fight. That's the battle that we're in now.
Well, we don't even have to go there. When I was in Mound Bayou, Mississippi on Friday, and that was a photo. I took a photo of it. And that was a photo that they had, and it was at a voter event. It was a voter event in 1954, I think. And they said that was a near riot as people were clamoring for voter registration, a near riot. I talked about when I went to the National Civil Rights Museum in Memphis, and there's a sign, and I thought I took a picture of it. I'm gonna try to find it, where a young sister said, "All I want." And for all y'all black people doing all these extravagant ass prom stuff, this is what it said. All I want for my 18th birthday is a voter registration card. That's what we got to get back to.
That's right. That you and we voting for our lives. You've been saying it. I know Rachel Maddow put it up there last night, but you've been saying it for years. We are in a battle. We're in a war. You got to vote for your life. You actually have to get, pissed off. I think God gets pissed off at injustice when I read the Bible. You got to get pissed off that these folk literally went down to our parents' graves and just desecrated them. Just desecrate them. But even that's not enough. I heard your brother talking earlier. When we talk about what's happening in our community, the number of people that are dying because of lack of health care, dying because of poverty, dying because of lack of living wages. And you have a party that has just gone all out MAGA and saying they're going to do everything to make that worse, not make it better. There comes a time that self-preservation has to be the first law of nature. Self-preservation has to be the first law of nature. And we are in that battle and that war right now.
You talked about the effort. We have it up on blackstarnetwork.com. Y'all, if y'all go to blackstarnetwork.com and you see it right here, Bishop William Barber is looking for black men and women who want to be trained to organize and mobilize black voters. That's going to take place in June. Bishop, explain to people why they have to be trained to do what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's not just getting up, Roland, and doing a cute speech. It's not just getting up, having a voter rally and say, y'all go vote. It's not using Trump and Trans Thomas as punchlines. I've been watching some preaching lately, and I'm a preacher, so I can talk about it. And brothers and sisters, I get the punchline, but if you're not organizing your church and then 2 miles around your church and then 5 miles around that 2 mile, if you're not really doing micro-organizing, really understanding the power of the vote, there are places, Roland, that, and this is why you have to be trained, where out of say 800,000 black people who didn't vote, just 10% of that would change everything. But you have to know that, and you have to be trained in that. You have to know how to use the technology. You have to know where to knock and where to go. You have to know the data. Do you know that 19 million poor and low-wage voters that voted for Biden-Harris didn't turn out for Kamala Harris? And regardless of why that is, we have to know that and know where they are. And so that's why on that weekend, the weekend of January 12th, and you know that's the weekend that Mega Evers...
June 12th, June 12th, 13th.
That's right. That's right. But what people also fail to remember is that weekend was they wanted to kill 3 people. It was a brother in Louisiana. It was Bernard Lafayette, who just died, and Medgar Evers. They got Medgar. There was a goal in that day in 1963 to take out the young civil rights leadership. And right now, we are in a battle to take out all the power that leadership won. And so what we're saying is on that day, and on the same day that Kennedy announced he was going to fight for the Civil Rights Act, we have to grab that moment because we're watching the undoing. And folk have to be strategically trained on how to use the technology, how to do door knocking, how to be strategic, how to work the percentages. It's not always about, well, we're just going to get 100% of the people to vote. That's not how you do it. You really need to be technical. For instance, I can tell you right now, Roland, in North Carolina, we need 1,830 votes per county to overcome the margin of victory that Trump had in 2024. That's the kind of specificity that we have to have and then go after where we can find those votes.
Well, to your point, Isaac Hayes III posted this on social a couple of days ago. You talk about data. You see it right here. He said, eligible black Georgians who didn't vote. 2018 governor's race decided by 54,723 votes, 900,000 and 1.1 million black folks. Eligible black folks didn't vote. In 2022, 191,000. He said, if we show up, we win. Same thing, 2024. North Carolina, some 600,000 black folks didn't show up. And I keep saying the floor for black people should be 70%. That's the floor.
That's right.
Not 45, not 52, not excited because it's 55, 70%. Otherwise, we're going to just be sitting here whining and complaining when they just run the table.
And let me be the first, because I know somebody said, Reverend Barber, I just saw North Carolina. You all didn't do it. You're exactly right. That's one of the reasons why I'm saying I can't be out here going everywhere else, Roland, and not stay in my own home state. I'm saying it to every preacher, everybody preacher that wants to do big national speeches.
Nope.
If you're not organizing your church, then you have no credibility to do that. If you're not organizing your community, you have no credibility to do that. So it is time for us to take these numbers and as you said, not just say if we show up, we win, then talk about how we show up. How do we turn loose every van, every bus, every person, use every phone, every cell phone? You know, I used to say it like this, Roland: if Harriet Tubman could get 700 people out of slavery, and she never had anything, email, Black Star Network, cell phone, car, none of that. If she could do that, then we must do more. So I wrote this to you the other day, and I want to say it on the air, what I believe. It's past time to act like we're in a war, a battle against forces of racism and injustice and authoritarianism all at the same time. Emails with no call to action, tweets with no truth-telling and movement directives, marches with no clear agenda and clear goals and strategies after the march, sermons, speeches with catchy phraseology, but no follow-up and no follow-through that turn words into deeds, macro talk without micro-organizing, politicians who offer criticism of what Trump has done in his first 120 days, but no clear agenda of what they will do in their first 50 days, have no place in this battle now. We're in a different moment, y'all. And with everybody's got to straighten up and fly right.
Folks, do me a favor. If y'all want to be if you want to be trained in organizing and mobilizing and getting the vote out, we ain't paying lip service. This ain't just a whole pontificating. This is about real training. June 12th and 13th, go to blackstarnetwork.com. Click the link. You'll see it right there. You go down there. When you scroll down, you're going to click that link right here. It's going to take you to a form. We put my email out earlier. We don't have to now. This is the contact form. Your name, your date of birth, your address, your email, your mobile phone. Sign up for email, dates, text messages. We still are organizing alphas. That's for a specific reason, y'all. If you're a member, just click that box right there and click submit. Because last point, Bishop, and this is what gets on my nerves, when I remember Reverend Jackson and I had it out once in Chicago because he had a rally and they were not collecting data. The problem I have is when I see these folks have rallies and events and all this stuff, and I'm like, y'all don't even know who's here. How are you not collecting data? How are you going to move the people after the protest to go to the City Hall chamber or the state legislature chamber or the Congress if you don't know who the heck showed up at your event? You got to be collecting data to follow up with people.
Always. That's why, Roland, as you said, you can go to breachrepairers.org and click there. We're collecting this data. And on May the 11th at 5 o'clock in Washington, D.C., we're having a Moral Monday. We've been doing Moral Mondays for several weeks now, right in front of the White House.
Yep.
But Moral Monday for peace and nonviolence. But we're connecting the violence of the war in Iran to the violence of voting rights denial. That's violence too. Poverty is violence. Denying people living wages is violence. And we're going to be connecting data. And we are asking for several thousand people to come in the street right in front of the White House, starting at Black Lives Matter, and then right in front of the White House. We'll have thousands online. We're gathering data. We're inviting people in. And by the way, Roland, these trainings, some of it will be in person, but most of it will be online. So there's no excuse, right?
Right.
And the kind of training we're going to do is not for you to do it for repairs of the breach, but to turn you loose in your own community.
Yep.
To turn groups loose in their own community. That's what has to happen now. This is not about building any one person's kingdom. This is about us engaging in this battle that we're in now to stop the erosion of everything that our foreparents won, but also push forward into the things that are yet to be won. And one of them is, Doc, we've got to get our lawyers and figure out a way to do a Voting Rights Act that can never be undone like this ever again.
That's right.
That's part of what has to be on an agenda in the coming, and after we do the election.
Indeed. Bishop William Barber, I appreciate it, Frat. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, my brother.
iPad, y'all. This right here is the chart that shows you black turnout. I want you to see the black line is white people. The blue line, black people. The next line is AAPI. The red line is Latino. You will see right here, this right here, when you see that black line higher than that blue line, that means that black people in 2008, now it dropped in 2012, okay? It dropped in 2012, but in 2008, that was the first time in American history that a larger percentage of black people voted in a presidential election than white people. Now, you see what happened in 12, 16, 20, and 24. You saw a dramatic drop-off of black voter turnout from 2008 and 12 to 2016. You saw it go up in 2020 due to COVID. Then you saw it go down in 2024 when it was Vice President Kamala Harris running against Donald Trump. They have been seizing on this. And so when you see the stories about Donald Trump's black voter turnout, understand his number looks big when you had in the aggregate, the numbers actually drop. And so we have to understand that our decisions to sit on the couch, our decisions not to vote, our decisions to check out of a political process has played a role into where we are right now. Let me bring in right now the head of the Color of Change. I want to bring her in right now. They are launching an initiative next week that speaks to the need to voter turnout. Nadine Smith is president and CEO of Color of Change. I've been saying, this is a state of emergency. I need black people to wake the hell up, because what this is all about, this is not, a few seats. No, they want to wipe out anywhere from 19 to 24 members of the Congressional Black Caucus. But also, as we just heard in Mississippi, this is going to impact state senators, state reps, county commissioners, city council members, school boards, water districts. Wherever you have black representation, it's going to be impacted. So this decision, not only by losing that black political power, now you're losing access to the people who are going to be putting your interests in play up and down the political spectrum. So we're now talking about potentially billions of dollars being lost from black communities by not having black representation. And it's all because Republicans are saying we have to take out these black folks because they say too many of them vote Democratic. So we got to take them out, and they're going to use it, Nadine, under the disguise. Alito has allowed them to say, oh, no, we're doing this because they're Democrat. No, they are basically saying we're going to return more power to white voters than these black folks.
Well, Roland, you're absolutely right. This is about fear of black power, economic, political, money, power, and respect. It always comes down to that. So this has been a constructed attack financially on the black community. It's not an accident that they went after teaching certificates and nursing, the Parent Plus scholarships, the Graduate Plus scholarships. Project 2025 is a systematic reverse engineering of the progress that has been made in this country when it comes to black people. And so to watch the Supreme Court that has been fully captured by the right finally fulfill, John Roberts' dream since he was a young lawyer in the Reagan Justice Department is to see fully their intent to drag us all the way back. And I'm glad you're talking 1800s, because yes, this is a rerun of the racist Supreme Court. This was how the court responded to Reconstruction. This is how the court responded to black men getting the vote. And this is how they are responding now to an America that is heading toward a multiracial democracy. And for them, they want that is not what they want. They want a white minority democracy that serves only them. And quite bluntly, if we're going back to the 1800s, let's talk about the Gilded Age. Trump calls this the Gilded Age, and he means it. He means that this country should be divided up by a handful of billionaires that are loyal to him, and that, the circumstances that we have to look backwards, back then it was the Pinkerton men busting people's heads, breaking up protests, killing people. Today it's ICE being deployed often to black-led cities. So we really have to understand the full scope of this attack, and we have to respond in multiple ways, including the fact that they're rigging the system, so we're going to have to overwin, not just win, but show up in numbers that show them that we're not going to sit back and let this happen.
Look, again, I said I was in Mound Bayou, Mississippi on Friday, and I had been very critical of Isaiah T. Montgomery, one of the co-founders of that particular town, and we talked about it there, and people said that, you know, I should have given him a little bit more grace. I did more reading, and Frederick Douglass was excoriating him because of his decision and what he had to say. And later, he came to conclude that his vote to strip black people from voting was a mistake, because he thought with time that these white folks were going to essentially soften up, and that's what it was all about. Well, guess what? This week, go to my iPad. This week, Clarence Thomas will set a record as the second longest Supreme Court justice in American history. And the reality is, what the white conservatives have done is use a black man to completely eradicate the power of black people. If you look at a lot of his rulings, when it comes to death penalty cases, when it comes to the ability to sue various states, when it comes to voting rights, we talk about Chief Justice John Roberts, who always wanted to get rid of the Voting Rights Act. Clarence Thomas has despised the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act and the Fair Housing Act. And so we are also here because a black man has been complicit in destroying black political advancement.
Without a doubt. And he's been well compensated by that infrastructure for doing so. And that's a reality that we have to face. My grandparents are from Mound Bayou, born in Mound Bayou. My grandparents were part of the first interracial farming cooperative in the Mississippi Delta. And my grandfather was part of the Southern Tenant Farmers Union, organizing sharecroppers to fight back. And so I look to that history with some pride, but also for the blueprint for how we rise in these circumstances when the deck is stacked against us. And it's important to remember black voter registration in Louisiana in the 1870s, when the Supreme Court did then what they've done now, dropped from 130,000 people to 730 people. You know, because they put these onerous voter identification requirements, literacy tests, et cetera. And so we know the playbook. And when you know what your opponent is about to do, you have an obligation to outflank them. And that is what we're going to do. You know, so yes, it's about registering voters, but it's about engaging people who've never thought of themselves as having a stake in this system. And it's about talking about a future that isn't simply rebuilding everything they've destroyed as they plunder our economy and line their own pockets. It's about building the America that excites people about being part of it. So that's the work that is ahead of us. Not simply talking about partisan politics, but about a future where people can see themselves in it, where they can see a financial security in that future, where they can see political power in that future, and where they can see respect. Money, power, and respect. Once they take your money, once they take your political power, they're going to take your respect as well.
Tell us about this voter registration campaign that Color Chain is going to be launching.
Yeah, so we're going to be registering voters in the South, and we're going after, as I say, the voters, not just the folks who have moved and haven't registered, but we're really going to go after folks who we have black people who we need to have this conversation with, who need to understand what the stakes are, because you know there are a lot of people that say, listen, nothing much changed in my life, regardless of who's in the White House. Well, this is about who's in your city hall, who's in your county commission, who's in your mayor's office. Every single seat, everything that affects your life is being determined by these maps that they are drawing and their ability to neutralize our vote. So we have a huge voter education process ahead of us, but we're not going to shy away from talking to the people who've lost faith in this system to show them that they have power. And if they didn't have power, this Republican Party, this Supreme Court, everything in their power to make sure you don't exercise it.
Keep us abreast what that looks like so we can amplify, get the word out, because I am saying that this is absolutely boots on the ground. There is not a single black organization in America. I don't want to hear bullshit about no parties, about no get-togethers, about no dances. No, I don't even want to hear, hey, we're having panel conversations. No, every black organization in this country needs to be having forums and town halls, touching voters, reaching voters, educating voters, registering people. The focus between May, June, July, August has to be inform, empower, and educate and register. And then come September, October for early voting and election day, turn out in massive numbers. To your point, the only way we change this if we completely overwhelm the system. We've done it before, we can do it again.
100%. And Roland, I'll go one step further. If you belong to a church, if you belong to an organization, a Black community organization that is sitting down and sitting this out, you need to find a new home.
Absolutely. Nadine, we certainly appreciate the color change. Thanks a lot. Congressional Black Caucus held a news conference today discussing this decision. This is what they had to say.
So let's tell the truth, plainly and without apology. American democracy has never been fully formed and has never been equally accessible. Every inch of progress in this country has been fought for, won through struggle, through resistance, and through the courage of people this nation tried to leave behind. We did not become a truly multiracial democracy until the Voting Rights Act of 1965 enforced the 15th Amendment, because Black Americans demanded the right to be seen, heard, and counted. That progress was paid for in blood, in sacrifice, and in unbreakable resolve. And now, 60 years later, we are watching that progress be ripped away. With its decision in Louisiana v. Calais, the Supreme Court has opened the door to a coordinated attack on Black voters across this country. This is an outright power grab. It's about silencing Black voices, dismantling majority Black districts, and rigging the map so that politicians can choose their voters instead of the other way around. We have seen this before. We know exactly what this leads to, and we will not go back. For years, we've sounded the alarm on the Voting Rights Act as the Voting Rights Act was chipped away piece by piece. Today, the consequences are here, and they are dangerous. Let me say this clearly. The legitimacy of this court is in crisis. This is not the court of Thurgood Marshall. This is not the court of that delivered Brown v. Board of Education. This is not the court that expanded freedom and moved this nation closer to its ideals. This is a court that is turning back its back on that legacy and on the people it is supposed to serve. But we're not powerless, and we're not backing down. The Congressional Black Caucus is prepared to take any measure necessary to protect Black voters in this country. We are demanding an immediate vote on the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and we will not accept delay, obstruction, or excuses. We will, and we will go further. We will fight for Supreme Court reform. We will pursue term limits for justices, and we will do what it takes to restore integrity, accountability, and trust, because no institution is above the people it serves.
Today's decision by this illegitimate Supreme Court majority strikes a blow against the Voting Rights Act and is designed to undermine the ability of communities of color all across this country to elect their candidate of choice. But we're not here to step back, we're here to fight back.
Yes.
Now, when this decision came out earlier today, it's an unacceptable decision, but not an unexpected decision. Because this isn't even really the Roberts Court. Mm-hmm. It's the Trump Court.
Yes.
And what we would expect from the Trump Court is an effort to continue their scheme to suppress the vote and rig the midterm elections and beyond. Because these extremists have failed America in every possible way. They failed on the economy, they failed on health care, they're failing as it relates to this reckless and costly war of choice. The extremists have completely and totally failed America.
That's right.
So they've concluded, aided and abetted by the Trump court, that they have to cheat to win.
Yes.
But the reality of our experience, our journey, now more than 400 years, is that we view a setback, and this is one, but we view setbacks as nothing more than a setup for a comeback.
That's right.
And America has the great opportunity to keep the comeback going by exercising your right to vote in November and making it clear that it's not Donald Trump or his Supreme Court majority that should be the ones to decide who gets to represent you in Congress. It's the American people.
That's right.
Now, they've tried to do everything they can, particularly in the aftermath of the 2008 election. They've tried to do everything that they can to eliminate and erase our journey, our struggle, our march in this country toward a more perfect union. And now we're at a point where affirmative action is gone, diversity is gone, equity gone, inclusion gone, racial tolerance gone, the Voting Rights Act largely gone. But guess what, extremists? We're still here.
That's right.
And we're not going anywhere. And we believe in this country.
That's right.
Not a perfect country, but we recognize that what we've been given is a march toward a more perfect union. And at this moment in time, we're urging everyone to summon the courage, the character, and the conviction of those heroes like John Lewis and Rosa Parks and so many others upon whose shoulders we stand.
Yes.
They had to fight through moments of turbulence, trials and tribulations. But every single time, they fought through those moments and were able to usher in a new era of progress.
That's right.
And that's what this moment represents right now. It's turbulent. It's chaotic. It's extreme. But all of us are going to summon that courage, that character, that conviction, and show up and stand up and speak up for what we know is right to get this situation turned around. We will not let their scheme to rig the midterm election and beyond be successful.
Folks, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she said, y'all want to fight? This is how Dems must fight.
Them to just hide that intent instead of actually address and prevent and protect Americans' voting rights who are at risk, and especially communities, I think, in the South of the United States, but it really affects every American across.
Should New York respond in kind by doing its own redistricting once the amendment, if the amendment passes?
I have long felt that we all have to play by the same set of rules, and the Republican caucus has made it very clear that they want and are setting rules of partisan gerrymandering. The Democratic caucus has tried to pass nonpartisan gerrymandering for 10 years. Republicans have rejected it. And so we have to all abide by the same rules. And so if Republicans are going to redraw North Carolina, if they're going to redraw Texas, if they're going to redraw and gerrymander every one of their states, then unfortunately, we have to provide balance to that until we get to the day when we can all finally agree to put this behind us and pass nonpartisan gerrymandering federally.
This graphic has been floating all around social media. It says current map, Democrats hold 24 seats in these states. Possible redistricting scenario, Republicans gain 12 more seats. You look at this map, you see right here on the left, you see the blue, you see 3 in North Carolina, you see 3 in North Carolina, 1 in South Carolina, you see 2 in Georgia, 2 in Alabama, 1 in Mississippi, you see 2 in Louisiana, you see the ones in Florida. This likely could be the map. None in Louisiana, none in Mississippi, none in Tennessee, none, which means majority black Memphis. No, they may get rid of that. None in Alabama, 1 in Georgia, none removing Clyburn, none in South Carolina, basically only having one in North Carolina, and having one, maybe two in Florida. What has been talked about, Joy, is that if Republicans want to go that hard, Democrats should do a 52-0 map in California. Democrats should do a 17-0 map in New York. In Illinois. And New York Governor Kathy Hochul's already said she's meeting and saying how should they respond. Listen, damn all this cute and being nice. If Republicans wipe out 10 to 15 black seats in the South, you damn Skippy, I want to see a 52-0 map in California.
Absolutely. I have not always wanted to see this. I'm like AOC. Many of us wanted to have non-partisan gerrymandering. We can't have that. So we got to match energy with energy. We have to do that. This is a war. And there are things that you do in war and rules that you have that you might not have in polite times. So yeah, if they do one thing, we have to do the other, because that will also give them pause. We have seen in other states where you have Republican legislators who say, you know what, I don't want to be a part of that. And there may be some Democrats. So we got to match energy for energy. If we're seeing it over there, we've got to respond in kind. Because what's at risk is the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. But women out there, ladies, pay attention. Pete Hegseth put up a pastor and is normalizing a man who wants to repeal the 19th Amendment. Guys, they have a plan that involves everyone who is not a white man. But what we really know is they are tricking these poor white men, because what they really have is a plan that only benefits an oligarchy of rich white men.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we're going here. So any and everything by any means necessary, we have to be of that mindset now, whereas we might not have been that way before. So if you are a white friend of Joy Cheney's who's on here, I need to see you posting about this. I need to see you talking about this. If you're a women's rights advocate, as I am, that's where you do a lot of your work, I need to see you moving on this. I need to see you writing about this. I need to see you talking to your families about this.
Yep.
Blowing up the table about this.
Yep.
Because that's where we are right now. And everyone has to vote. So that young lady that I had to give a terse and a curse to at the Founding Farmers
right.
A few weeks ago, I'm sorry, but it was deserved.
Michael,
what you're talking about is stupid.
Michael, Marsha Black.
We gotta say it.
Marsha Blackburn, who's running for governor of Tennessee, posted this. I urge our state legislature to reconvene to redistrict another Republican seat in Memphis. It's essential to cement Donald Trump's agenda in the golden age of America. I vow to keep Tennessee a red state, and as governor, I'll do everything I can to make this map a reality. So what she's saying, Michael, is she wants to see a Republican represent a majority black city in Memphis. Now, remember, there were 2 Democratic seats in Tennessee. Now there's only one because they split Nashville into 4 different congressional districts. Memphis is pretty much still intact, represented by Congressman Steve Cohen. He's, of course, being challenged by State Representative Justin Pearson. And then this is how people responded. They said, okay, Marsha, if you want to see all red Tennessee, this is what Illinois should look like. They said Illinois should look like an all blue state. They said, okay, Marsha, you want to see an all red Tennessee? They said we can play that game. Let's have an all blue California. Then they said, again, have an all blue Indiana. You start talking about how do you look at Colorado? Let's take that, that state leader, Senate leader in Maryland did not want to redistrict in that state. It was being pushed by Governor Wes Moore. Well, guess what? If Republicans start wiping out these seats, then that damn Senate president and those black senators in Maryland need to get some damn guts and wipe out the Republican seat in Maryland. This is real simple. This is warfare, political warfare. The Supreme Court is unleashed, and this is how you fight fire with fire.
Tired of bringing a knife to a gunfight. And I don't know which mic.
I'm sorry. Imhotep, and I'm going to go to you next. Imhotep, go.
All right. All right. Yeah, I agree, Roland.
And control room, y'all got to get Michael Brown's echo straight. So please fix that. Imhotep, go.
Okay, yeah, I agree, Roland. We have to fight with those tactics and redraw those maps. That's part of it. But the other part is if there is equal voter apathy, like there was in 2024, well, then if Republicans have a higher turnout, then we're going to lose once again. So in addition to redrawing those maps, we have to focus on the policies that really impact the African American community. We have to invest in organizations like Black Voters Matter. We have to have the ground game to really do the door knocking and engage people on the ground to get them to actually vote. Okay, so we have to have all of that together. And really, and lastly, when I talked about 1890 Mississippi, that's one of the reasons why the 1965 Voting Rights Act was needed and signed into law to counter what happened then and counter all those obstacles to the 15th Amendment of 1870. So this is what these conservatives, what these Republicans have been planning for decades. Okay, and I have to give it to them. They're persistent. They're like the Energizer Bunnies of white supremacy. They just keep going and going and going. They don't give up.
Michael, go ahead.
Well, I think we're still having some technical problems, but I'll try it, Roland. The issue on folks being ready and being mobilized relative to these courts, it's time to do what we need to do as well. And whether those numbers, and I know some Democrats, well, we don't want to do that. We don't want to go that far. Well, we have to. It's time. This is 1963, 64, 65. It's time. Rosa Parks, she thinks she wanted to sit in the back of the bus anymore. She said it's time. And I think we're at that point now where it's time. Traditionally states and make them all. And then if they want to do the same thing, maybe it just has to just be that way for a while until we get back to saying, hey, let's figure it out the right way and have nonpartisan gerrymandering.
Folks, what we have seen over the past several days is the Republican Party saying we don't give a damn about African Americans. The actions taken have nothing to do with party. It's about limiting Black power. What we have seen over the past decade as the Republican Party angry that Black people were voting in huge numbers when Obama was elected in 2008 and 2012. And what they have done is target Black folks since then. We have seen voter IDs shutting down of various polling locations. We have seen them purging voters. What we have seen is a continual attack on the power of Black folks. The mistake that people make is they keep saying that, oh, you're shilling for the Democrats. You're trying to get us to support Democrat. No, our choice is very simple. It comes down to Republican Party or Democratic Party. What is the conduit through which Black people are going to be able to exercise power? The reality is today's Republican Party doesn't give a damn about Black folks. This is not the 1800s. This is not the early 1900s. What this party stands for today is to limit Black people's political power. And the Supreme Court decision, the Louisiana versus Calais decision, shows us this. Not even 24 hours after that decision came down, we saw Republican state legislatures all across the South announce special sessions. We have seen it in Alabama, Tennessee, Mississippi. Florida took action before the Supreme Court decision. The Mississippi governor actually said before the decision came down, we should call the session because we know how they're going to rule. Folks, we need to call this what it is, and that is an absolute attack on Black America by the Republican Party. And there should be a state of emergency in Black America with what is going on. What we should be looking to is having a freedom summer where we are educating, informing, and enlightening folks, signing people up. This must be the most aggressive Black voter campaign since the Civil Rights Movement. I kid you not. I am not sitting here being hyperbolic. What I'm saying that what we are witnessing are folks who want to cement
white power, white supremacy. And this conservative right-wing Supreme Court is allowing Republicans to do that. They're instituting their will as opposed to what Congress decided with the passage of the 1965 Voting Rights Act. And so we must be responding in the most aggressive way possible. Let me go to Tennessee, where we have our Charlene Oliver. She's a Tennessee state senator. In your state, we have seen the Republican governor, Bill Lee, call for a special session. They took apart the Nashville congressional seat, split it up into 3 or 4 different Republican seats. Now they want to turn Memphis into a red seat. And what Republicans are saying is if the whole state supports the Republican Party or they vote red, well, the whole state should be red. Well, Memphis ain't red. Memphis is blue. So they want to wipe out black power in Memphis. And even though Steve Cohen, who's white, congressman, represents Memphis, that historically has been a seat held by an African-American. State Representative Justin Pearson is running against him in the primary. So they want a white conservative Republican to be representing Memphis.
That's right, Roland. But you know what? Memphis has the right to choose who they want to be their representative. And if that's Congressman Cohen, so be it. If that's Representative Pearson, so be it. But they get that choice. And what's happening now with this special session is Republicans are trying to take that choice away from them and essentially steal another House seat so that Donald Trump can keep his majority in Congress. So what Memphis is a naturally occurring Black district. It just so happens to be Black. There is nothing about the Congressional 9th District that is, supposed to be a Black district. It just so happens to be a Black district. And the way that it is drawn is drawn around the county lines. And so it is a naturally occurring Black district. And now they're trying to say, after all these years, that now somehow it is unconstitutional to have a district drawn this way.
But what you also have there in Tennessee, you have a state law. And I saw, I'm trying to look for it right now, you had a Republican. You have a Republican who said, wait a minute, what are we doing right here? We're breaking the law if we do this here. And if they don't completely replace the district, I wouldn't be shocked if what they do to Memphis is what they did in Nashville, split Memphis into 3 or 4 congressional districts as their way of decimating that position.
Yeah, we know this is calculated and it is intentional to take away the ability of Black folks in Memphis to be able to elect who they want. And it's also illegal because in our Tennessee code, it explicitly says that you cannot redraw maps between apportionments. So what we are doing here with the special session is illegal and unconstitutional. And so what the first things that they're probably going to do is have to change the law, which is such a far-reaching norm outside of what we've done when we redistrict in Tennessee. This is outside the norms of what we do when we redraw lines.
So what do you need people to do? Listen, if they call a special session, what I keep saying, we have got to have our people flood the state legislature. We've got to be doing all we can, protesting and making it loud. But while that is happening, we also got to be mobilizing and organizing and registering our people. So whatever they do, we maximize our power, because the problem is we can't have weak Black voter turnout. Tennessee, like every other southern state, they must feel maximum Black pain at the ballot box. And that means showing up in numbers that we have not seen since the election of Obama in 2008.
That's right. We need people to, first of all, wake up to what's going on. We are in the Civil War. We are not doing it with bullets. We are doing it with the ballot at this point, and they are redrawing maps to do it. So we need people to show up at the Capitol in droves from Memphis to Mountain City. And this is just not a fight for Memphis to fight on by themselves. We need the entire state to show up, pack the Capitol, let them know that we're not going for this. And look, the Republicans started this. They set the new precedent that the gloves are off. So we need to match the energy. So this is not the time to be cute and conform. this is the time to rise up and say, look, we're not going for this hell or high water.
Absolutely. Senator Oliver, keep us abreast of what happens in Tennessee. We're going to be covering this. I know people are planning rallies, so we want to be able to live stream that stuff because we need all of our people completely engaged, because I keep trying to explain to folks that when you wipe out black political power, you're wiping out access to billions of dollars in the legislative process when it comes to the city, the county, the school board, the state, the federal as well. And so folks need to understand that this is real. This is absolutely a state of emergency in Black America. Here's the deal. Your state, 38% black. And so what these white Republicans in Mississippi are likely going to do is they're going to say, we don't give a damn if that's the case. They want to wipe out black political power. And I'm telling you, this to me is very similar to what happened in 1890 when those white racist Dixiecrats were upset that black people kept winning in Mississippi. The Republicans in Mississippi are mad that the federal courts kept ruling against them. And the problem is this Supreme Court, with this Louisiana versus Calais decision, has now given these Republicans the power to say, oh, no, we're not sitting here creating districts by race. We're creating this because we can do partisan. They have given these white conservatives an excuse to completely decimate black political power in Mississippi.
You're absolutely correct. And to add insult to injury, Roland, we're having our special session at the old Capitol where they adopted the 1890 Constitution. Now, some might say that no malicious intent was done, but it's a slap in the face to the 1.2 million black folks here in the state of Mississippi. And yes, it's 40% of us in this state. Where are you going to go? You want to take out my dear friend, Congressman Thompson? Where are you going to put 40% of black folk in the state? We are the largest black populated of black folk in the country. What you going to do with us? We got to be somewhere. We're not going out rolling like that. It's a fight. And we're prepared to do what's necessary.
I was in Mound Bayou, Mississippi on Friday doing a show from there. We went to Shreveport, Louisiana on Thursday. And I'm telling you, what has to happen is, just like Freedom Summer took place, when you had these college students who made their way to Mississippi and other southern states, the same thing has to happen. We've got to have the largest mass black voter mobilization since Obama's election, because everything that we're seeing, I need everybody listening and watching to understand, everything that we are seeing today is a direct reflection on black voter turnout in 2008 and 2012 that scared the hell out of these white conservatives. It was the first time in American history where black people voted at a higher percentage than white Americans. And they've said since then, not again, we ain't gonna have this. And so all of this, the Shelby v. Holder, all the lawsuits, the affirmative action lawsuit, this lawsuit, the battles over the seats in Alabama and Louisiana is all about how do we destroy 60 plus years of black political progress.
You're absolutely right. And folks need to also, look, we just started practicing democracy in 1965. And here I'm the chairman of over 58 black men and women. We started out as a caucus of one back in 1967. And he was adopted, he was seated. But before he got seated, Roland, his desk was taken out the front door of the Capitol and sawed in half. And he was a caucus of one for 8 years. And now in 2026, the late Robert G. Clark, our emeritus leader, is turning over in his grave for a situation that should have been taken care of generations ago. But I'm telling you this, our seats have blood on them, and we are not going out without a fight. We've got 40% of black folks in the state of Mississippi. Where are you going to put them? If you move one of us, it's going to affect this supermajority that they have. So they have to take that in mind as well. And they've been talking about it too. I saw a very conservative person running for governor saying, don't be so quick to move any lines because it can mess up the supermajority that we have in the state of Mississippi. But we have to fight, Roland. We have to inform the public. The Black Caucus is going on tour, going to every town, hamlet, and village
of making people aware of what's going on with this Calais case. And look, this is not the time to go to sleep. This is not the time to stop fighting. The work is just starting, and we're ready for it, Roland. And we're asking clergy, elected officials, grandma, grandpa, senior citizens, if you got one fang, one claw, it ain't the time to retire and go sit on the porch. We need you, all hands on deck right now here in Mississippi.
Absolutely. Representative Kareem, Mississippi Black Caucus, we surely appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
A5.
All right, brother, I appreciate it. Drama in Florida. Well, the State House approved a new map for U.S. House districts that Governor Ron DeSantis proposed, which seems to give Republicans a pickup of 4 seats currently held by Democrats. The Republicans currently hold 20 of Florida's 28 seats, while Democrats hold 7. DeSantis shared the map with Fox News before any lawmaker got a chance to view it. And again, it was passed in the House and the Senate. Democratic State Representative Angie Dixon, she was not at all pleased with what happened in the House, and she let it be known.
Destroy our democracy. This is a violation of the Constitution. It is. It's a violation of the Constitution. I'm out of order, but y'all are doing illegal.
Representative Persons Mullica has waived closed. The question now recurs on final passage of HB 1D. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will proceed to vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? The clerk will lock the machine and announce the vote.
83 yeas, 28 nays, Mr. Speaker.
Show the bill passes. Read the next bill.
None on the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Now that was the vote that took place in the House. It passed 21-17 in the Florida Senate. And someone actually posted a video earlier, and I saw it on social media, and they said that, it was shameful in Florida when it passed in the in the Senate, and nobody applauded. They said normally when they pass bills, they absolutely applaud, like you heard there in the House, but clearly they knew what was going down right there in the Senate. And the issue that you still see here is that the actions, and they've already been sued, the actions here, Michael, they could very well still be in violation of the Florida Constitution. And that's what we're seeing right here.
Yeah, Roland, I was reading a piece from the New York Times about this, and that's a possibility. They're in violation of the Florida state constitution. Lawsuits are going to be filed. But the fight continues. So we have to understand these people don't care anything about the rules, though. So that's the only thing. So we have to be vigilant. We have to really engage with the ground game. And in Florida, so we've had this conversation before about building the infrastructure in Florida, investing in Florida. This is what has to take place. But also, African Americans, especially in Florida, have to understand the threat that is there. Okay. And, you have Ron DeSantis, who is doing the bidding of Donald Trump, who endorsed this and pushed for this. And, these people, this is an all-out fight for power. These people don't care anything about rules. Okay. So we have to continue with this, but also understand, and the history keeps coming back into this, right? Because when you study Florida's, when they rewrote their state constitution in 1868, they imposed a felony disenfranchisement law, where if you were convicted of a felony, you lost your right to vote for life. They specifically did that to target African Americans, who were 48% of the state population. Okay, well, that Florida disenfranchisement law stayed in place until 2018, when people like Desmond Meade, who you interviewed here on the show, Roland, got it put on the ballot to get it overturned. So this is how wicked these people are. So bravo to that sister, but these people are. This is a blood sport, and these people are playing for keeps.
And again, what you have is there, Joy, a state where Democrats have been flailing in the last several election cycles. And we had Nikki Fried on the other day, who chairs the Florida Democratic Party, the state party. They've been doing very well this year. Bottom line is the only way, I keep saying, listen, only way to beat them, you got to beat them at the ballot box. You got to overwhelm the ballot boxes.
You have to overwhelm, and let me just say, I'm from Central Florida. You have to overwhelm the ballot box. If you are an organization on the ground, if you are a church on the ground, you have to be encouraging your people to vote. You have to be educating them on this topic. You have to be getting people in. If you are a candidate, I don't care of any race, if you are not going out there and you are not talking about it in every place you find voters who are, in this case, Democratic voters, you have got to get them motivated to vote. If you are a nice white person, my neighbors, etc., we need you out there putting your actions where your mouth and you say your supposed values are. This is not enough time to be a good neighbor. A good neighbor in this case means going out there and voting and getting these people out of office. They are anti-democratic. We can go back to playing Democrat and Republican later. Right now, it's, do you believe in democracy where everyone has a seat at the table, or you don't? There are no two sides on this war. Do you believe in democracy, or you don't believe in democracy? That's it. That's it. That's where we are right now. And these people are racist. We have to use the right word. I never use that word. I literally don't. But now we are faced with it, and it's very apparent. They are sexist. They are homophobic. They are bigots. We cannot continue to allow them to run roughshod over and take over the entire electorate, not with a fair free market of ideas, but by tricks, by trying to eliminate the competition, all of that. Unfair practices, changing the rules, even in violation of the Constitution. They understand that they can get a lot done in the interim while we try to undo it. They understand what they are trying to do. So you have to be smarter than they are. You have to be more prepared than they are. And if you are someone who's funding at the national level and you're funding these states, please look at small organizations who are on the ground in Florida and elsewhere. They need your resources to do what I just said. We're in a war. It's not one we're going to be violent.
Yep.
It's one where our violence is in our activities and in our willingness to disenfranchise.
Yeah, and bottom line is, again, we're going to keep saying this. If you organize and mobilize, they can be beaten, but that has to happen. And unfortunately, many folks are going to have to learn the really hard lesson in now being the receiving end of lots and lots of pain as it relates to this. We are literally dealing with folks who absolutely want Jim Crow 2.0.
Louisiana's congressional primaries have been postponed from their originally scheduled date in May due to a Supreme Court ruling that invalidated a majority black congressional district. Early voting was already supposed to begin on Saturday for those primaries, set for May 16th. However, Republican Governor Jeff Landry issued an executive order to postpone the U.S. House primary following Wednesday's court ruling. Joining me now are Davin Roseborough, Deputy Director of the ACLU's Voting Rights Project, Advocate Gary Chambers, and Ashley Shelton, President and CEO of the Power Coalition for Equity and Justice. I want to start by going over to Gary, who I know is on the ground in Louisiana. What is this what is the mood and what is the response to this action from the Supreme Court and now this aggressive action from Governor Jeff Landry? We know Louisiana has been ground zero for ongoing fights over enfranchisement and disenfranchisement of black voters. We know that it has long been one of the key battlegrounds as it relates to equity and justice. And now we are seeing it becoming one of the key places where our right to vote is going to be litigated and is being litigated. Gary, what is your response to the last few days, your reaction, and what do the folks around the country need to know?
Well, first they need to know that one of the fearless leaders of Louisiana, Ashley Shelton, and the Power Coalition led this charge to help create the second minority district here in Louisiana that gave us the ability to have that representation. Louisiana's not always had a second majority black congressional district. People are angry, they are upset. People are figuring out, what does this mean? We're getting orders from the Secretary of State, comments from the Attorney General, comments from the governor, comments from the Speaker of the House. There's a whole lot of conversation, not a lot of clarity. We don't know what map is going to be existing for the voters of Louisiana. We know that absentee ballots were already in the mail, which means that people have already cast ballots. Those votes are already in the bag. They're telling us those votes won't be counted. That's a level of confusion. People are going to vote on Saturday. There will be congressional candidates on their ballots. If you click that, will you be able to click it? We don't have any of those answers. I'm sure litigation is forthcoming, if not already filed in this matter. And so it's a ball of confusion created by the disaster of Republicans that continue to allow these racist tactics that have existed as long as Louisiana has existed to play out in our politics today.
Now, let's rewind. And you mentioned that Ashley was intimately involved with this, and so maybe she wants to come in here. Can we talk about what exactly happened and break down exactly what happened here in Louisiana? That Louisiana is a state that's about a third black, has 6 congressional districts. And can we talk about the creation of this new congressional district that would have been majority black, and then the legal fight that has played out since then?
Certainly. Thank you guys for having me this evening. So in Louisiana, Press Robinson was the named plaintiff in Robinson versus Landry. And so we fought to realize a second majority-minority congressional seat. And in that fight, you know, in the midst of many fights, because we've been fighting this fight since 2022, we were actually able to realize a second seat that is now currently held by Congressman Cleo Fields. And what Calais, you know, they intervened, and the Calais case, the Calais interveners said that the new map actually discriminated against them. And so in the fight for a fair map in the state of Louisiana, we had 9 non-black white interveners say that somehow a fair map discriminated against them. And then we saw this case play out last year. We defended this case in this, you know, within the Supreme Court, defended by the Attorney General's office. And then we saw the Supreme Court not decide last year. And then we also saw, you know, Janae Nelson have to come back the next year and defend this, but with the caveat of the Supreme Court asking how Section 2 didn't violate the 14th and 15th Amendments, which I will note is particularly cruel, given that those are the Reconstruction amendments that were created to protect minorities in this country, and they were being used to do the exact opposite. And so here we sit in this moment with the Calais decision, which, to be clear, eviscerates Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And what this means for Black voters, not only in Louisiana, because I want people to be really clear. This started out as a case about Louisiana and an additional congressional seat, and then what the subsequent ruling that we received yesterday, what it means is that Black voters and all minorities, which include women of every race and ethnicity as well, have law, you know, like could lose the ability to elect a candidate of choice at every level of government. And I think that people need to understand what that means and the reality of the fights that we're going to certainly see in the South for sure, and the fights that we've already seen play out in places like Texas and other states that are trying to vie and jockey for power. And I think, you know, the thing that's really unfortunate is that the Supreme Court didn't even have the you know, like they wouldn't even stand in their evisceration of the Second Amendment. They said that the remedies for race were no longer necessary, and that somehow we all lived in some post-racial, you know, country that there's not any Black or other person of color that I've ever met that has experienced this America where we are afforded all of our rights without the oversight of the federal government. And so this is a huge decision, and it's going to have sweeping implications. If you have a seat in your community right now that is held by a person of color, more than likely that's an opportunity seat that was protected by Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And that protection, as of yesterday, no longer exists.
So I want to just make sure to break it down. In Louisiana, again, it's a southern state, large black population, about a third of the state's population is black. 9 congressional seats. Historically, the vast majority of black voters were crammed into 1 congressional seat. Due to advocacy, activism, work on the ground, a second congressional seat in the drawing of the districting was created, in which black voters were significantly represented, where there are now 2 seats of the 9, representing a closer representation to the population of black Louisianans. That was then challenged and taken to the Supreme Court. Devin, can you talk a little bit about what the court's argument was, what they were considering here, the distinction between whether this was a, quote, partisan gerrymander or whether this was a racial gerrymander, and this idea that this has now been flipped on its head, the argument that creating a congressional seat explicitly for the purpose of enfranchising historically disenfranchised black voters, that they would now argue, as the majority of the court did, that in fact was somehow racially discriminatory.
Yeah, I mean, and it's as outrageous as it sounds. This is really the end of the project of the Roberts Court to slowly, piece by piece, take apart the Voting Rights Act, which was key to actually providing black voters in the South the opportunity to elect candidates of choice. It was litigation under the VRA. Very few, if any, states in the South gave that up willingly. It's been a fight over decades. I've spent a lot of time with our case in Louisiana, the Milligan case, and Alabama didn't have a black congressional representative until the 1990s, since Reconstruction. So what this did is it turns a statute that really has been the cornerstone coming out of the civil rights movement of being able to start moving toward a multiracial democracy, to allow black voters and other voters of color in other parts of the country to be represented to some degree, even if not enough. And so this is really, it's really an affront to what Congress intended when they said, we're finally going to start taking the steps we need to have the multiracial democracy that the Reconstruction Amendments promise. And it's a cruel, I wouldn't say irony, I mean, it's really just a cruel statement that they have taken these amendments, which were created with race explicitly in mind, and said, no, this is part of a colorblind constitution. And because of that, we can't really consider the ongoing effects of even past discrimination that's so recent, where there's so many people, so many of our clients that lived through segregated schools, for instance, well into the late 60s and 70s. It's really a perversion of both those amendments and what Congress intended to do with the Voting Rights Act.
I was reading a piece by Adam Sewer in The Atlantic earlier today where he was breaking down and talking about this idea that key to the conservative justices argument was the suggestion that this was just a partisan gerrymander, that because black voters are most likely to vote reliably democratically, right, that it would not be constitutional to say we are specifically drawing these districts to pack all of the black voters into one district, but you are in fact able to say, well, we're just trying to pack all the Democratic voters, right? That it seemed to be this kind of bank shot where we pretend as if we do not know what we know about voter behavior and the reality of voting and what the impact would be here. That seems to be in so many ways the central tension point between so much of our battle publicly right now over issues of race and how we remedy historical injustice. So this question of, are we allowed to consider disparate impact? Are we allowed to understand the way, I mean, it's what Derek Bell would have called critical race theory, understand the way that race embeds itself into otherwise colorblind policy or law? Or are we forced to be quote unquote colorblind in which we pretend as if race does not exist and that the actions that we are taking are not going to have impact in those ways? The fear now and we've seen this alarm from Black journalists, from Black activists, from Black lawyers, has been what state legislatures, state governments are now going to be empowered to do across the country if previously they had this restriction on some of their behavior that it's seeming now the handcuffs have come off. Can you talk a little bit about specifically what Louisiana has now done or begun doing, as well as what the fear is about what this could mean in districts across the South, whether it be Mississippi, whether it be Georgia, Louisiana, and other places where we know Black political power has been systemically, historically siphoned off and reduced, and in some ways those efforts been restrained by the Voting Rights Act, which has now been further weakened?
Absolutely. I mean, this is a break glass moment. There's no question about it. As someone who is a litigator, I'm often maybe on the more careful side about how I state things. But there's no way around this. This is the final step in really taking apart the key law that protected the hard-won gains. Literally, fought over blood and people's lives to create the Voting Rights Act. And the fact that it is being turned on its head in this way, and that partisanship can say, as long as you say the magic words that this is for partisan reason, it doesn't matter how much you're hurting Black voters. That's fine, since they happen to be Democrats in certain places, right? Which is part of the whole point of the Voting Rights Act, that when voting is polarized so much, that you need those protections, because opportunities to participate are still not equal for Black voters. So yes, we are going to do everything we can to stand up and fight with all the tools we have necessary. And that certainly needs to go beyond litigation, advocacy, organizing, everybody. It really is a break glass moment, but the effects of this are going to be felt throughout the country.
Well, and we're already seeing it in Louisiana. And so just to be hyper clear, Ashley and Gary, we're supposed to have we're in a midterm election year right now, right? We're already seeing primaries play out across the country. Louisiana has a primary this year for which the election day is May 16th, so 17 days from now. And what we have seen within the 24 hours of this Supreme Court ruling is Republican Governor Jeff Landry come out and say he wants to potentially alter or postpone, push off the current primary for the current midterm fight, which is going to determine, in part, who controls Congress for the next 2 years of the last 2 years of the Trump administration, right? And he is saying, hold on, I want to potentially redraw the maps now based on what the Supreme Court ruling is. Actually, am I understanding that correctly? And is that what's happening in Louisiana?
Yes, and so there's so much voter confusion, and I think that we have to talk about how important and critical election administration is to an effective election. And he is now saying that he is going to pull the congressional House seats from the ballot, but what will still be on the ballot May 16th will be everything else, which would include 5 constitutional amendments, a Supreme Court seat, a Louisiana Supreme Court seat, 2 Public Service Commission seats, and several local ballot measures, depending on where you live in the state. And so those things will continue to, and again, everything is changing in real time. So as of this moment, what we're hearing is that will be what will remain on the ballot. But to Gary's earlier point, we have no idea, can voters still vote on the ballots as they currently exist? Many voters have already voted. If you are, a senior or a serviceman or woman across, working across this, anywhere where you're stationed, and you had sent in your absentee ballots have already been received. And so I think that there's a big question about where are we? And I think that, there's been so much talking, to Gary's point, and, and the governor and the AG are saying they have to do this because the map has been enjoined. But I remind folks that the legislature is currently serving and, and making and moving policies, and they're all seated on an enjoined map as well. So I think that there's some things that we got to talk about. And I think that this voter confusion definitely sets up the opportunity for more litigation, because again, we are already here. We are already in the midst of an election. We are already starting early voting on Saturday. And so so now organizations like mine are being forced to push out all of this information. People think the election has been canceled. That's what people think. And so we are trying to, hurry and try to understand and put out graphics and share information with the public about the fact that as we understand it today, because it could change, right? Like this is where we are, which is that they're going to pull the House congressional seats from the election until they can redraw, new maps that, as we're hearing, would be a 5-1 map or potentially a 6-0 map. I think the thing that's interesting is that, if they do a 6-0 map, there's so many Black people in the state of Louisiana that they actually do themselves harm if the goal is to have, a trifecta of, or to have a complete, a completely white Republican delegation that they run the risk of there's so many Black people in our state that somebody's going to lose at some point. And especially if you look at Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Shreveport, Alexandria in the center of the state. At some point, somebody's going to have to reckon with Black voters in this state, and that you can run and play some games, but ultimately you will be held accountable by these Black voters in our state.
Gary, I want to go back to you. We're in this moment, and I think back a few years where we would have all this talk about whether or not we were in a third Reconstruction after Barack Obama was elected, right? There was this feeling, it seems baffling now to think back that far, where we thought, were we entering a post-racial America with something different happening? Now look, viewers here and followers of you understand and know that that's not what happened, right? Roland wrote a book called White Fear. I've written a book called American White Lash. We've seen and talked about the ways that over the course of 50, 60 years, these crucial civil and voting rights that were established, these victories of the civil rights movement have been eroded and pushed back. And yet, even with that understanding, it is pretty remarkable to think about. Even those of us who have seen it coming, who followed the Roberts courts, who've written about these issues, the idea that we have, in the last 10 years, seen the final two major pillars of the Voting Rights Act essentially undone. We've watched a state like Louisiana in 2026 attempt to give some appropriation of approximate representation to its Black citizens, and seen those efforts not only opposed, but completely thrown out to the extent that we may end up with a less equitable map than existed beforehand afterwards, and the Supreme Court to pretty overwhelmingly dictate this. What do you make of this moment we are in right now? Someone was talking to me earlier today about this idea that we're in another period of redemption that comes after Reconstruction, that we're in a period where white supremacy is lashing back at the perceived gains. And here we are, again in 2026, seeing crucial components of the Voting Rights Act by the Supreme Court being thrown out, opening the door potentially to the erasure of majority Black districts across the South, which potentially could see losses in congressional representation and other Black elected officials that we haven't seen since the Civil Rights era. Gary, what do you make of all this?
None of this surprises me. If you've been active in the fights that we've been in for the last 10 or 15 years, from city council meetings when Alton Sterling was killed here in Baton Rouge, the lawyer who represented Alton Sterling's killer, Blaine Salamone, was appointed in a vote 7-2 tonight as the parish attorney of East Baton Rouge Parish. I have been watching local government, white Republicans aggressively oppose the progress of Black people. I live in a city where Black people make up over 50% of the population, but we had one parish-wide seat that was Black, and now we have none. I live in a state that consistently oppresses and so suppresses Black people. I live in a city, again, that is over 56% Black, and 10 years ago we were at 2% in city parish contracts, but we pay a large portion of the taxes in this parish. And so these disparities that exist have always existed. I think that what I think is happening today is that more of us are being awakened to the moment because of how dramatic the racism has boiled up to at this point. But what I hope this teaches us is that we have to stay on the fight every day in every way, that those who are aggressive and loud and agitating, that you need that, because the energy that that is up against us is aggressive, it is loud, it is agitating, it is oppressive. And so you cannot go up to that like a little sweet church lady praying. My Bible tells me that the violence suffered violence and the violent take it by force. And so if we are going to be oppressed and subjected to this, then this is the moment where we fight back. Jeff Landry has 5 constitutional amendments on the ballot. The whole country needs to be helping move voters in Louisiana to kill his 5 constitutional amendments. This is not a time to lick our chops and say, oh, woe is me, how did we get here? This is a time to say this shit will not stand. We are going to do everything in our power to secure future seats and to hold on to the power that we have. There are DA races in Louisiana. The Caddo Parish District Attorney is up for re-election. There's a black man running for District Attorney in East Baton Rouge Parish. There are people that need the vote of the black electorate in this state, and we need to mobilize them this year so that Jeff Landry understands that the people see you and we're coming for you.
I think we've got Roland now with us. He's down on the ground in Louisiana, making his way to Shreveport for tonight's event, continuing our coverage of black men, mental health, domestic violence. But Roland, you went long on this on the show last night. This has been a key portion of our coverage. Speak to me about what's happening in Louisiana.
Well, here's the first thing. So Ashley and Gary there. First of all, here's the deal. Has anybody filed a lawsuit against Governor Jeff Landry, the action that he's taking today? Has that happened yet?
No, it has not happened yet. Mostly because of the fluid nature of what's going on right now. But no one has filed just yet. Pending, but not filed.
Are y'all expecting that NAACP or Black Lives Matter or someone is going to file a lawsuit saying that how in the hell can you postpone an election? Voting has already started.
So yeah, no, I think there's a bunch of us that are working with our lawyers to, like, again, understand what our options are. I mean, Power Coalition has been fighting for voting rights in the state of Louisiana since its inception, and we're going to continue those fights. And so we are definitely working with partners, including NAACP and so many other, ACLU, and others, to try to understand exactly what power we have in this moment.
One of the things that is Gary still there?
I'm here.
Gary, this is an absolute wake-up call, I believe, for a whole bunch of Democratic Party strategists, other black folks, and let me be real clear, Congressional Black Caucus members who have not been going hardcore when it comes to these donors and funders, when it comes to putting money on the ground, when it comes to investing in turnout strategy, because what I have been saying, and you've been saying, and Ash has been there as well, is that we have to be maximizing our turnout. I think people have to understand what we're now faced with as we speak. We are literally dealing with folks who absolutely want Jim Crow 2.0. And if we continue to sit on the sidelines and choose the couch and listen to a bunch of these yahoos talking on YouTube, people don't understand. This is not just losing political, individuals who are in power. We're going to be talking about losing billions of dollars that flow back to our community because we have black representation.
You are absolutely right, Roland. I think that, number one, watching you bounce around on these Louisiana roads tells you that Jeff Landry is focused on the wrong thing today. He needs to be fixing roads and bridges in the state instead of taking away the vote of black people in Louisiana. But the reality is, this is the time to invest. This is the time to gear up for the fight. This is the time for us to show the power of black voters in this state. If Jeff wants to fight, we need to give it to him. And so I would encourage members of the CBC, I would encourage the black entertainers, the black sports folks, everybody who gives a damn to start making your way to the Louisiana legislature. They're still in session between now and June. They're going to, at some point, bring these bad maps. We need to be in their faces, and we need to show people who these racist bigots are. We need to show every one of the people who vote for this, and then we need to have the resources. Power Coalition needs to have the resources. Vote needs to have the resources so that they can send mailers into these people's districts right now in this legislative session, so that they can robocall into their districts right now, so that their voters know that your racist state senator, your racist state representative is down there making an ass of you, and it's eventually going to come to the point where we end up losing economic opportunities as a result of this. What needs to happen is the NBA needs to say, we're not going to play no all-star games in any state that takes away the vote or a congressional member from black people. The all-star game, whatever the festivals are, Essence needs to consider whether they want to be located in Louisiana if Louisiana is not going to give them the 30% of the state black representation, because they create millions of dollars of economic impact for this state every summer. And that festival, if it leaves the 4th of July, there's an economic drain in the state of Louisiana. And I want you to come back, Essence, after we put Jeff out, but maybe there needs to be a pause and a stay on anybody doing any type of activities in the state of Louisiana if they are going to deny a third of the state the ability to serve in Congress. That's hundreds of millions of dollars that you're robbing us of. And Roland already riding around here bouncing and needs some, we need some infrastructure for these roads right here.
Gary, I know you have to go. I certainly appreciate it. Gary, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Davin, I do want to ask you a question.
Thank you.
Because listen, y'all have been fighting the good fight. The lawyers have been in the courtrooms battling it out. But to Gary's point, y'all do need people rising up, putting pressure, public pressure, protesting, because you have to be able to focus public sentiment on what the issue is and not just sort of make this esoteric legal discussion.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I mean, I say I'm a litigator. That's my particular skill here. But I think the organizing is more important, honestly. The advocacy, getting people out in the streets. People should be furious about this. This can't be the lawyers alone, and I'm sure it won't be. It hasn't been so far. It's absolutely just so important that this be a moment where we push on all the levers: litigation, advocacy, organizing, communications, and speak to what this means to people. As you've been saying, yeah, this affects the people who are making the decisions, who represent our communities, who make the choices about jobs and roads and economic opportunity. And everybody's got to realize they have a stake in it. And this is a do or die moment. This is a really, really important moment. And so, yes, the litigators will be there, but I couldn't agree more. I would be proud to partner with amazing organizers like Ashley and Gary, and we need them more than ever in the fight, and like they've been in for many years.
And Davin, what's so insane about this Supreme Court decision, this is the same Supreme Court that literally allowed for this congressional seat to move forward just a couple of years ago. So it's like, but wait a minute, this is the same court. I mean, there was a massive legal fight against Republicans, and the same one. And so what these white conservatives did here in Louisiana say, oh, let's try to find a second bite at the apple. In fact, this is a third bite. They tried the second bite and got rebuffed there as well. That's what's so insane about what the Supreme Court ruled, because they ruled on this very seat just recently.
I agree. It's just absolute madness. And now we see the effects. We see what they've unleashed. Ashley was just describing it. And yes, there will. I can say pretty confidently that there's going to be legal action coming against the suspension of the primary. It's the opinion is so cowardly and dishonest in how it tries to say the decisions just a couple of years ago, the decision in our case out of Alabama, Milligan, where it seemed like the Voting Rights Act was maybe going to survive. And it's just dishonest, the way that they've tried to say, well, no, this we just weren't really presented with the right questions. They reached out and grabbed this opportunity to finally finish their project of taking the consideration of race, of taking the legal tools out of people's hands. And it's an absolute disgrace.
So here's what everybody watching to understand. We're talking Louisiana, but Republicans are putting pressure on Alabama Governor Kay Ivey to call a special session to wipe out the seat of Congressman Shamari Figures as well as Congresswoman Terry Sewell. They're putting, you see Tennessee, Senator Marsha Blackburn, who's running for governor of Tennessee, they're putting pressure on them because they want to wipe out the congressional seat that covers the Memphis area. And so I need everybody watching to understand this is going to target, and listen to me clearly, this is Louisiana, Texas, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Arkansas, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee. The old Confederacy is back. This is about crushing Black power. And people have to understand it is the only reason you have the largest delegation of African Americans in Congress today is because of the 1965 Voting Rights Act. And this is not just going to be Congress. This is going to impact Supreme Court seats across the country. It's going to impact state seats in these same states. It's going to impact county commissioners, city council, school board, water district. What this is about, and I have been saying this, my book White Fears about it, this is all about attacking Black political power because the right wing is angry with the advancements of African Americans, and what they want to do is cripple or simply eradicate Black political power for the next 100 years. Absolutely what they did after Reconstruction, and we are now having to live through it. And so, folks, this is all hands on deck. This is no sitting on the sidelines. If you're in Louisiana, you should be emailing and hitting Ashley right now saying, how can I get involved? Because I'm telling y'all, this is the battle for this generation. No more talking about Fannie Lou Hamer and what they all did. That battle was then. This is the battle that we're dealing with right now. And so we appreciate y'all being with us on the show. Thank you so very much. And we're going to keep this fight going. Thanks a lot.
This was put up by Good Authority last week. Go to my iPad. Racial gaps in turnout are increasing. If you look at this here, you see right here, the graphic here, white turnout, how it is above 70%. Black turnout dipped in 2024 below 60%. You see AAPI in the mid-50s. Latino turnout at around 50%. If you look at that line, you see right there, 2008, 2012, Black turnout was at its highest ever, and you see it exceeded the white turnout. But ever since then, you see that white number, that Black line going up and that blue line going down. Michael, what I have been saying, I have been yelling to Black people, is that you cannot expect to change politics if your power is sitting at home. I have been saying that Black political turnout has to be at a minimum of 70% turnout to counter white turnout. And what's problem is, whether it's Louisiana or so many other places, if we're turning out at 52, 55, 57, ain't good enough. Our turnout has to be minimum 70. It has to be 75, 78, 80, 82, 85, 90. And if we vote in those numbers, we actually win races. We win statewide races. You got two folks who are running on the Democratic side for the Supreme Court in Georgia. That's winnable. They just won 2 seats in the Public Service Commission. You got the primary coming up, and you got folks who are running for state attorney general and other races. But we are not going to be able to counter any of this when too many of our people are checking out of the process, picking the couch, but then complaining about what we don't have. Well, if your ass don't show up, you're guaranteed not to get a damn thing.
You have been talking about it for a long time. You've been screaming and yelling about it for a long time. And politics is not a spectator sport. You have to be involved, and it's all the time. It's not just around elections. It doesn't mean you have to focus your whole life around politics, but just as one of your other guests was speaking earlier, it's also after the election. What do you do to hold folks accountable and keep that pressure up? For example, we had the Clinton, after Clinton won in 92, had the House and the Senate, did nothing about codifying any of these particular laws. Obviously, same in 2008 when Obama won, had the House and the Senate. So we've had these opportunities to do what now Republicans are doing, which is we're not going to play around. When we get power, we're going to use it. It's time for my party, our party, to stop doing the kind of kumbaya. Let's all get along. Let's be nice. Let's try to figure everything out and work together. We're not at that stage anymore. Well, haven't been for quite some time. Because these folks are playing forget just blood. They're playing to wipe anybody of color out.
Yeah.
And frankly, and women too. I mean, I wish that whether it's Latino voters, black voters, women voters, had a stronger alliance, because they're coming after anybody that's not a white male. And so this is serious. And frankly, when Justice Alito writes an opinion like that, all he does is walks down the hall and asks Clarence, "You okay with this?" But Alito knows the answer. He knows Judge Thomas is going to say, "Yeah, I'm fine with that." And so that's also part of the problem is the Supreme Court. That's where elections do have consequences, making sure you have the judges in there to make the right decisions.
We tried, Joy, to Michael's point there, it was a whole bunch of Democrats who said, oh no, Roe v. Wade, I mean, that's settled law. There's no such thing as settled law when a Supreme Court can overrule a previous decision. And so to that point there, if you don't use your power and lock it in, then you leave it up to a new court to decide whatever they want to decide. And that, to me, right here is where we're faced right now. And again, on this show, on my TV One show, we have been trying to tell people this over and over and over again. And people are now beginning to realize, oh, this is truly FAFO territory we're in now, because they don't understand when you start wiping out political power, you're wiping out access to billions of dollars. You're wiping out who controls legislation, who sits on committees. And that's what I'm saying. Folk don't understand how significant these decisions are because the cascading impact is real.
That's right. I mean, for folks who don't understand their history, they are literally about to live it. What the Supreme Court did today was to further entrench a return to Jim Crow. And they're happy to do it. And they do it in the insidious way of saying it's race neutral when they know it's not. They know it's not. Just look at what they've decided in the past. They're deciding to do it now because they see an opening. And there are white people who are saying this is what we want and it's okay. This is not about politics and just, it's just the majority deciding. No, this is about racism. And as Michael said, and as you've said, Roland, in the case of gender, it's about sexism. It's about anything that is not white and male. And so I think for those of us who may not have really understood, I know everyone on here did, we are in the middle of a war. And it's not, it's a Cold War in some respects. And so for some people, that doesn't feel present. And so they're not acting as if they're in a war. But we are absolutely there. We saw it spike in some places on immigration where it felt physical. But for a vast majority of us, it's a war around access to benefits, access to resources, access to the ballot, fair representation. All of those things, and we are not acting like it. We have Democrats, excuse me, who are far too passive and comfortable with where we are, and they aren't understanding that we have to vote. I had an unfortunate conversation with a seemingly intelligent young woman a couple weeks ago who said she wasn't going to vote for Democrats and wanted us to fail as to prove a point. And I'm like, fool. And I said it, I was upset. You are too privileged to sit here and make that kind of statement.
Right.
What you are doing is sitting in Washington, D.C., trading away the rights of other people, but soon, too, will be your rights.
Right.
This is not the time to worry about you don't like Democrats, you don't like that. You have got to vote. And as Damon said, many of these things that is a race, it's a race against time. They may not be able to do it all in this election, which means it is very important that we are voting in November. This may be it. It may be the last opportunity to make a significant difference.
Michael, there are a lot of people
who should be ashamed of themselves today. And those are the people who told us that Supreme Court was not on the ballot in 2016. There were some black people like Breonna Gray who said, oh no, this isn't an issue. Well, guess what? We told them they were wrong. We said they were silly for saying it. And what we now see, Donald Trump got 3 appointments to the Supreme Court. And the reality is, if Alito and or Thomas chooses to retire in the fall, they're going to approve 2 young Supreme Court justices to lock in that 6-3 majority for a very long time. We keep trying to tell people, the president may only be there for 4 years, maximum 8 years, but Supreme Court justices will be there for life.
Absolutely, Roland. You know, you have black elitists like Dr. Eddie Glaude, who was on MSNBC, and he was also on your show, News One Now, in 2016, telling black people, or telling people in general, vote for everything except president. Leave president blank. Okay. And this, once again, this is a consequence of the 2016 presidential elections. I said it on the show before, not just 3 Supreme Court justices, but also about 234 federal judges that Donald Trump got put in place as well, which are lifetime appointments also. And I've talked about the Mississippi State Convention of 1890 here before, and I said, these Republicans, these conservatives, and Project 2025 are trying to take black people back to the Mississippi State Convention of 1890, where they rewrote the state constitution, imposed poll taxes, literacy tests, but also a felony disenfranchisement law, so that if you were convicted of a felony, you lost your right to vote for life. That law from 1890 is still in place in Mississippi today. Okay. And they said, we came here to exclude the Negro. This is explicitly what they said. This is what's taking place right here today. And you mentioned Shelby County versus Holder, 2013 U.S. Supreme Court case. Well, right after that Supreme Court decision, you had states, many of them former Confederate states, started passing voter ID laws.
Yep.
Okay. And in the 2016 presidential election, as a consequence of 2013, there were 1,600 fewer polling places.
Right.
Many of them that were shut down were in black and Latino districts.
Right.
So this is Project 2025. This is what we try to warn people against.
So all of that, when you pull it together, Quentin, shows a direct attack on black voters. And so what are you hearing from the people who y'all have supported, people you want to support? Because look, this is going to impact literally who is representing us on the federal level, on the state level, and the local level.
Well, listen, I think a lot of people are ready to fight. You know, we saw Angie Nixon running for U.S. Senate in Florida, but currently in the Florida legislature, you know, getting a bullhorn, going and protesting. That's what we need. We need fighters, but also we need people to be bold, right? I think what we're also seeing is when some of these districts do get kind of shaken, like we saw in Texas, you know, we need Colin Allred to go up against another white Democrat. We need black folks to run everywhere, not just in urban centers, not just in, you know, black rural counties. We need you to run everywhere. So we got black candidates running in Oregon, running in Washington State, you know, running all over the country, because we know that we can represent as good, if not better than anybody else everywhere else as well. But to Cliff's point earlier, we need folks to give money to support these folks down ballot. So find your state representative, find your local folks running maybe for county commission, whatever it might be. These folks are going to need your financial support over the next few months, because they know people are coming against them. As it was mentioned, you know, we are at war right now. And so we need folks to dig deep. We know the economy is really tough, but we got to keep our folks in power over the next few months and into this 2026 election, so that we can legislate our way out of these kind of problems around gerrymandering.
Damon, what's next for civil rights groups? This is a blow. This is not. I'll see people like, oh well, it's not too bad. No, this is seismic.
This is seismic. What's the next number one is we're all huddling internally in the cross to figure out immediate strategies to stem the tide right now for these midterms, because the state of play is not clear. There's not a lot of time for these folks, but those who can find a time will take it and leverage it. Then we have to have a game plan for every state and every district we can get to, not just U.S. House, like you said, it's all across the states, working with community partners, people on the ground, about how we can stop even worse things from happening in the state legislatures for next year and also for 2028. But then we also have to do what Cliff said, Roland. We have to get new strategies, whether that be alternative voting methods, whether that be new statutory frameworks. We're clear. We can't fix what happened today by a federal statute. But the least Congress could do is actually give us a more robust version of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act than we've ever had, right? So that's the least that we can do. So we're going to be in those fights overall. But look, here's the truth. Things are going to get worse before they get better. We have to be prepared for that. We have to understand that we're suffering some losses, but we have to keep our strategic mind about us. As I'm telling my team now, it is our duty to fight. It's our duty to win. And if you believe all of that and all the rest of it in between, then we can't give up now. We have to fight, if not harder, at least smarter.
Cliff, in her dissenting opinion, Justice Elena Kagan said, she described this creation of a district, a circle, and she said, in this not so hypothetical, she said the state legislature decides to eliminate the circle district, slicing it into 6 pie pieces and allocating 1 each to 6 new, still solidly white congressional districts. The state's black voters are now widely dispersed and, unlike the state's white voters, lack any ability to elect a representative of their choice. Election after election, black citizens' votes are, by every practical measure, wasted. That is racial vote dilution in its most classic form. A minority community that is cohesive in its geography and politics alike, and that faces continued adversity from racial division, is split, cracked is the usual term, so that it loses all its electoral influence. Members of the racial minority can still go to the polls and cast a ballot, but given the state's racially polarized voting, they cannot hope in the way the state's white citizens can to elect a person whom they think will represent their interest. Quentin talked about, again, how we still have to vote. And Damon said the same thing. I've been saying the same thing. If there is a moment that this generation has to, pardon my French, wake the fuck up and realize we can have all of these, the conversation Joy was talking about. We can have all of these esoteric, silly ass conversations. But what we had better understand is that there is a side that wants to wipe out, and I call it defund Black America. They are targeting everything political, economic, legal, health. They're targeting the entire black infrastructure. They believe that the 3 Reconstruction Amendments, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, they believe the 64 Civil Rights Act and the 65 Voting Rights Act and the 68 Fair Housing Act, they believe the downfall of America is a result of civil rights laws and these laws, not discrimination. And the only thing that we have to stop them is the power of the ballot box. And so what are your marching orders for people between now, as a result of this decision, and what must happen now?
Yeah, I mean, again, the first marching order is to protect these states where all this redistricting is going to be taking place. But, to your point, the other marching order is for us to, as you said, to wake up, to make the connections. What's interesting is that you got a lot of folks that will agree with you about, oh, yeah, they don't like us, they have to get us, these are bad policies, but I haven't felt it yet, right? That's something that we've actually seen in some of the surveys and focus groups, like, oh, I haven't felt it. And there are people that still, for whatever reason, are not connecting the dots to whatever it is that you are feeling is directly connected to this issue. Like if you're upset because gas prices are high or housing affordability, guess what? That's a function of not having representation or of being represented by people who are anti-Black, who are anti your life. Those things are directly connected. Whatever thing it is that people are feeling right now, feeling the effects of this war that this country is in, or like I said, the prices or the high unemployment for Black women and for black men or maternal mortality. The crazy man Kennedy was testifying in front of Representative Summer Lee talking about maternal mortality, and he didn't even want to acknowledge that black women die in birth at higher rates than other women in this country. That is what happens when you don't have representation. They can literally control your health, your well-being, your lives, your economics. So all of these issues that we're feeling, all of the frustrations that we're having, all of the stresses that we're having in our lives, one way or another, it comes back to, do you have people who are representing you, who have control of resources, who literally have control of significant parts of your life? That's what's at stake when we're talking about voting rights or redistricting. It's not theoretical. It is the thing that very much connects to every issue that you care about, everything that affects your quality of life. At the end of the day, it comes back to who is making decisions over your life. Once you can connect those dots, then you know that your mandate, your job, your black job is to get out there, to not just get out and register and vote yourself, but to then go get 10 other people, go get 20 other people, to spread the word, to become an organizer, because that is our belief, that everybody we touch is an organizer. And if we all do our job of going out, doing our part, and then touching 10 other people, whether we're touching with our voice or with our artwork or with our kitchen or with our faith or whatever it is, if we do our part, then they can't stop us. But if we refuse, if we give up, if we don't believe in ourselves or don't believe that this voting process matters, then they've already won. And that's just not the story of our history in this country.
Cliff Albright, Black Voters Matter. We appreciate it. Quentin James, Clifton Pack. We appreciate it. Damon, I'll read this last one for you for your final comment. Justice Kagan wrote this here, writing for the three justices who dissented. Under the court's new view of Section 2, a state can, without legal consequence, systematically dilute minority citizens' voting power. Of course, the majority does not announce today's holding that way. Its opinion is understated, even antiseptic. The majority claims only to be updating our Section 2 law as though through a few technical tweaks. But in fact, those updates eviscerate the law so that it will not remedy even the classic example of vote dilution given above. Without a basis in Section 2's text or the Constitution, the majority formulates new proof requirements for plaintiffs alleging vote dilution. Those demands, meant to disentangle race from politics, leverage two features of modern political life: that racial identity and party preference are often linked, and that politicians have free rein to adopt partisan gerrymanders. Here she's saying is, don't fall for the okie doke. Right. This isn't, we just reformulating. No, she's saying, no, you're trying to completely gut the law without saying you're gutting the law.
The only way we can make sense of these horrible decisions, not just today, but over time, is through the dissenters, like Justice Kagan, Justice Sotomayor, and of course, Justice Jackson. Elena Kagan ain't never lie about this, for sure. She is telling the exact truth. And it reminds me of that Harvard and UNC affirmative action case that we also litigated and argued in the Supreme Court. The court didn't say it was overruling precedent. It underruled precedent, right? It basically said, not that much to see here. We're just bringing things into contemporary context. Something really crazy for textualists and originalists, people who say you got to look to the way things were 200 years ago. But here's the deal. Our superpower is not just our stereotypical resilience. Our superpower is our ability to innovate. Our superpower is our ability to push through and persevere, and it's through all the means that all of the panelists said, but also by voting. But people, I need everybody to make a plan. We have a lot of people out there who don't know where they're supposed to vote because they've changed polling sites and polling hours and early voting and mail-in voting requirements so many times in the last few years alone. We have people who don't know if they're actually still registered because they've been purged. The best way not to be purged from the rolls is to be a chronic voter. But right now, we need everyone to check their status. Call 866-OUR-VOTE. That's the election protection hotline. It is our vote for a reason. It is for us, by us, but we serve everyone to make sure that people understand the rules of the road, they understand where they stand, and also you can vote in time for these primaries if it hasn't happened in your state already, and you could also vote in that general election. Make sure you are situated, that you are registered, and that you know how to vote your issues, how to vote in your interests.
Damon Hewitt, Laws Committee for Civil Rights under Law. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot. We've been predicting this day was going to happen. We have talked about the consistent attack on African Americans and voting rights and black political power. Well, the right-wing Supreme Court today in a 6-3 decision determined the Louisiana versus Cali case that actually is going to have a major impact on congressional seats, state rep seats, state senate seats, county commissioner seats, city council seats, where race was used in the creation. Now, this is an extremely strange ruling by this majority. They held that Section 2 of the Act, which prohibits states from using maps that dilute minority groups' voting power, requires plaintiffs to be able to, quote, disentangle race from lawmakers' race-neutral considerations so that a strong inference may be drawn that race was a factor. What the hell are they talking about? The 6-3 decision will make it far harder for plaintiffs to challenge future maps for racial discrimination, undermining a key understanding of the 1965 Voting Rights Act. Now, folks, to further break all of this down, and again, trying to get people to understand what we're dealing with, they were deciding a case regarding the 2nd Black District in Louisiana. Here's the problem. The same Supreme Court allowed the creation of that very district. So the Republicans in Louisiana then tried to sue by saying, oh, race should not be used as a factor in that. All right, let's figure out what the hell they were talking about, because it's frankly being quite clueless. Damon Hewitt is the president and executive director of the Laws Committee for Civil Rights under Law. He joins me right now. So, Frat, let's what this ruling written by Samuel Alito is all over the place. Elena Kagan, who was one of the three, she says that for all intent and purposes, what they've done is turn the Voting Rights Act into a name-only law.
Well, exactly. It's like you have rights on paper, but no remedy in fact. The court has made it incredibly difficult. It's actually usurped Congress's authority. You know, back in 1982, Lionel Gwynne and others helped to get the amendments in 1982 to make clear that there was an effect standard, that it wasn't just intentional discrimination based on the bad Supreme Court decision out of Mobile, Alabama. Now, Justice Alito and the majority of the court has essentially overwritten that by basically changing Section 2, saying, we don't like that. We're going back to the glory days of the way it was. And that means that we have to prove intentional racial discrimination to get any kind of remedy. So this thing is bad all the way around. But look, let's just be clear for broader context, Roland. Black people we've never had fair representation in this country. As long as there have been elections in this country, there's been racial discrimination in voting. That's why we needed a Voting Rights Act. That's why we needed a 15th Amendment, to ensure that our rights to vote weren't abridged based on race, color, prior condition of servitude, as in slavery. And so what this makes it much less likely that we ever get fair representation. Now, we're not giving up, and we'll talk about that, I'm sure, later. We're not giving up, but this is a tough one. This is a bitter pill to swallow, and it is devilishly ingenious in its scope because it touches Section 2 and also touches racial gerrymandering. One last point, Roland. Juxtaposed against today's decision is yesterday's summary order that most people missed because it wasn't a full written opinion. You know about the Texas mid-decade redistricting. We and others litigated that at the Lawyers Committee and other organizations as well. We won the trial before a 3-judge panel. A Trump-appointed judge wrote the majority opinion. He said, this may look like political gerrymandering only, but this is racial gerrymandering. Here's why. He goes on for 60-some-odd pages explaining why. Several weeks ago, this Supreme Court issued a stay, meaning it paused that preliminary injunction. Yesterday, in a very short summary order, the court said, for the reasons we said before, y'all lose. So here's the juxtaposition.
Like that what he wrote.
Exactly. Here's the juxtaposition. Intentionally targeting Black and Latino districts in Texas and Black and Latino voters for elimination is not racial gerrymandering to this court. Yet, as you said a few minutes ago, having a remedy to a violation of black people's rights under Section 2 is racial discrimination, is racial gerrymandering. That is intellectually dishonest. That is hypocritical at best. That's what we are.
Well, and also what it essentially allows for them to do is to say, oh, we could just disperse Black and Latino voters all over the place. And so even though they make up almost 40% of Mississippi, Mississippi has the likelihood of them creating a 4-0 all-Republican district and say, well, we don't care how y'all may vote. And the crazy thing is, which we all know, that partisan gerrymandering in the South has been racial.
Yes.
This idea that, oh no, these white conservative lawmakers, they're not drawing lines and factoring in race. They are. That was the Hart, Louisiana case.
Exactly.
They literally showed that even when Democrats are drawing it, it's about race.
It always is. It's like racial gerrymandering is the evil twin of partisan gerrymandering or vice versa. They basically are what and what. We've actually had to sue Democrats before at the Lawyers Committee because we're a nonpartisan organization and anybody can get it when it comes to our rights. We sued Democrats for racial gerrymandering in Illinois when they cracked the black community.
Right.
So, this is the name of the game. It is always about race. It's always about power.
Congressman Bobby Scott, this Justice Lena Kagan said, and I've been saying this as well, that this decision could be the largest wipeout of black political power since the end of Reconstruction. That's how devastating this decision is.
Well, she's probably right. We don't know the exact impact of it, but all you can say good about it is it could have been worse. They could have taken the entire Voting Rights Act down. They didn't. But what Lawyer Hewitt was just saying is by requiring an intent, you've made it virtually impossible to prove a case. People are sophisticated. They know what words to use and what words not to use. And as he has indicated, since African Americans are voting overwhelmingly Democratic and Republicans are voting overwhelmingly Republican, you can have a map that discriminates against African Americans. But if you call it partisan, that your target was Democrats, the same map, according to these people, becomes legal. So that doesn't make any sense. If the map is illegal, that's why the effects test was so much better, because if you can show it has the effect of discriminating against African Americans, that ought to be enough. Now you got to show that not only does it have the effect of discriminating, it had the intent. Not the intent of discriminating against Democrats, but the discrimination against African Americans. And what they do is they just get the script and read it into legislative hearings and just declare themselves to be discriminating against Democrats. And the discriminatory map against African Americans all of a sudden, according to the Supreme Court today, because partisan gerrymandering is okay, that illegal map now becomes legal. It's going to be virtually impossible to create a case against sophisticated wordsmiths who avoid using the wrong words during the legislative hearings. You're just stuck. It is a devastating case. And the devastating impact of these guys, we're in the middle of mid-decade redistricting, has been pointed out. They've done Texas, they've redone Missouri, they've gone after another seat in North Carolina. Republicans have redrawn, eliminated 7 districts. It's interesting to note that of the 7, 4 of the 5 in Texas are represented by blacks or Hispanics. Missouri is Emmanuel Cleaver's district, a member of the Black Caucus, just like Don Davis in North Carolina, a member of the Black Caucus. There is a pattern to what they're doing. So their intent is clear, but to hide it under partisan rather than racial as it is just making it more difficult to prove the case. And so they really sabotaged the Voting Rights Act by doing what they did today.
So Samuel Alito, he writes a 36-page opinion, and he says that the Constitution almost never permits the federal government or state to discriminate on the basis of race. I don't know what world he's living in, but that's literally what the Republican lawmakers are doing in these southern states. And to your point, very few are as dumb as we expect. They're not as dumb as the idiot Republicans were in North Carolina, where they actually put it in emails asking, hey, when do black people vote early? And that's what they said. That was a laser-like targeting of black voters.
They targeted black voters with surgical precision.
Right. And so they were so dumb they actually put it down on paper. And what they're now saying is that, oh, no, if they just simply say, no, we did not look at race at all. It was race neutral. And no, so if we're gonna grab 10% of blacks here and throw them over here, and we're gonna grab another percent and throw them over here, what they're saying is, oh no, so hey, I know your state might have 30-35% blacks, but hey, those black people, they don't actually need representation. They should be able to elect a white Republican.
What they do, though, is they look at the Democratic vote, which if you do an overlay, it's the same as the black vote. And when you discriminate against the Democrats, you are necessarily, in voting patterns all over the South, discriminating against blacks. And they want to get away with it by calling it partisan rather than racial. And I can tell you, they're telling themselves, because these people are not against partisan redistricting. There's legislation pending in the House now to prohibit partisan redistricting, so you have fair maps, not a Republican co-sponsor. We passed legislation a couple of years ago to prohibit. It included a prohibition against partisan gerrymandering, and all of them voted against that. If we're going to have fair maps, you cannot allow partisan gerrymandering. And when the Supreme Court essentially allowed that, they gave the green light to all kinds of mischief, including racial discrimination, because you can have a racially discriminatory map, but if you declare, oh, I wasn't discriminating on race, I was discriminating on party, all of a sudden the map becomes legal. That doesn't make any sense. They're discriminating.
This is from Scotta's blog. This was interesting. And guys, pull it up when you see it. They said, in this case, Alito said Louisiana's goal in adopting the 2024 map was racial. The state enacted it in the wake of the lower court's finding that the 2022 map likely violated Section 2 and sought to avoid having the court impose a different map that would have created a second majority black district, but which would also have, quote, have imperiled one of the influential incumbents the legislature sought to protect. The state did not have the kind of compelling interest that would have justified considering race in drawing the 2024 map, Alito wrote, because, quote, the state did not need to create a new majority-minority district to comply with the act. Yeah. That is because at every step of the Gingell's framework, the black voters challenging the 22 map failed to prove their case. Okay, but correct me if I'm wrong. The Supreme Court allowed the creation of this. They didn't overrule the lower court's ruling. They affirmed it.
My home state of Louisiana violated the Voting Rights Act. In fact, before the Shelby County decision in 2013, every Louisiana redistricting plan, House at least redistricting plan, that was submitted for preclearance was found to be violative, or at least opposed by DOJ or a federal court. Every decennial sentence, every decade. So Louisiana has not changed its stripes. And you're right. That's the starting point, is that Louisiana discriminated against black voters, period. What Alito is saying, and I guess the rest of the convoluted passage from Justice Alito goes on to essentially say that, well, they didn't prove intentional racial discrimination. And unless you can prove intentional discrimination, then you cannot have this kind of remedy. But there's another piece of what he said that's really the gut punch to us, to Congressman Scott, to all of us, which is there's no requirement that just because a state could create a second or an additional majority black district, that it must. But that's been the hallmark. It's essentially taxation without fair representation. It's having so many black people in your state, in states like Louisiana, Texas, which still has more black people, I think, your home state, almost anywhere else.
Yeah, more eligible black voters in Texas than any state in the country.
Exactly, right? So it's saying that states like that, what this is, Roland, this is the evil genius answer to demographic shift.
Yes.
You know that additional 3 million people / voters in Texas over a decade period, which is why Texas was crying that it should have gotten another seat in Congress, right? So their answer is, well, if we're not going to get an additional seat, we're just going to take more for certain people, right? So the demographic shift, though, was mostly Latino and black voters.
Hold on. Congressman Scott has to go. But Congressman, I want to get you the last comment. You still there? Congressman, this is what Damon just said, and I have been saying this here. What all of this is, 2008 was the first time in American history that a larger percentage of black voters voted for the presidential election than white voters. And I said then, black people, the war is about to begin. Everything since then has been a massive attack on black voting rights and black political power. And John Roberts, the Chief Justice, has been the biggest driver because he is always, along with Clarence Thomas, wanted to completely get rid of the Voting Rights Act.
Well, starting with the Shelby v. Holder case that provided that ended the pre-clearance. The pre-clearance was important because if you couldn't pass a discriminatory plan and have it go into effect, it would never go into effect unless it got pre-cleared as not being discriminatory. Now you can pass a discriminatory plan, and until the victims of the plan come up with lawyers and court cases and get it overturned, you get to enjoy the benefits of your shenanigans. That really started it, and here we are in the third go round of the decade, and we're still arguing about what the lines are. This should have been gotten straight in 2022, the first go round in the decade, and you could not install a plan unless it had been pre-cleared by the Justice Department. Yep. And so that started it. And since then, they've been chipping away at it. And the idea that you can have a plan that clearly shows a discriminatory effect, but you can't win your case unless you can get them on the record saying something that proves intent. You already proved effect, but have to prove intent. Just makes the whole thing much more difficult. And so we've been going backwards. We're going to fight. We're going to try to pass. If we vote this time and get a majority, hopefully we'll be able to pass a legislation to end partisan gerrymandering. Most of the lawyers I've talked to said that could be upheld, and that gets rid of all the shenanigans. And then we just have to make sure we vote every time the vote's opened. And we had an opportunity in Virginia. We passed a referendum that will create 4 additional seats. If we had those 4 additional seats now, they never could have passed that big ugly bill that took away your health care and SNAP benefits to give tax cuts to the wealthy. We could have passed the War Powers Act to end this war. We could oversee ICE. There are all kinds of things that we could combat the abolishing the Department of Education. There's a lot we could do if we had those 4 votes now. So we're trying to make progress with what we've got, but we haven't ended, and we're going to continue to fight. But this is certainly a serious blow, which will make that fight much more difficult.
Congressman Bobby Scott of Virginia, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot. I want to bring in Quentin James with the Collective PAC. Quentin, you're all about raising money for black candidates, people who run for Congress, people who run for state office. And when you talk about the South, when you now start talking about Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Arkansas, we can go on and on and on. We know what's about to happen. these Republican lawmakers are about to go in and say, oh, let's wipe out. So this is, and I'm telling you, Kagan is right. This is going to be the largest wipeout of black political power on the congressional level since Reconstruction. But this thing is going to go all the way down from Congress to state to county commissioners, Supreme Courts, to water district, you name it, because the Voting Rights Act is what provided political power to black people. And Latinos, y'all better wake the hell up, because this is going to include you too.
Exactly. I mean, this is what George Wallace and Bull Connor couldn't do, right? They've taken a knife and put it directly into Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And as you mentioned, this is about real power, about real seats. We're talking about up to 19 U.S. House seats from this court case alone. There are other cases pending that we're also going to be paying attention to. So another 27 possibly with gerrymandering. We're looking at 13 to 16 of the CBC members possibly becoming vulnerable due to this ruling. That's 30% of the Black Caucus. You mentioned Hispanics, talking about 11% of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. This is a big blow to our efforts to build black political power, as you mentioned, Roland. I think we saw ushered in through Obama the largest increase in black representation that we've seen in a few hundred years. Over the past, 14, 16 years. And so this is huge. You mentioned down ballot, right? About 191 state legislative seats are now possibly vulnerable across these 10 states that you mentioned, Roland. So this is big, but I think this is an attempt, right? We still have the power to try and prevent this at the ballot box. And I want people to make sure they understand that, is that we have the power to make sure this doesn't happen, right? 18 million registered black voters in the country right now. If we all show up, not half of us, not 65% of us, if we all show up, we can stop this. But then I want to be critical, Roland, to my party, to Democrats. If we do get power, you have to know what to do with it. I think what we're seeing now from Donald Trump and the Republicans is them using power for their purposes. If we get power back, we have to make sure we defend the right to vote and we defend black people and our ability to be a part of this democracy. It's going to be
Quentin, I'm going to Cliff Albright, Black Voters Matter in 1 second. Panelists, I know you're there as well. Damon, I want to go to you. Go to my iPad. Already, I told you it didn't take long. This is from AL.com. Alabama Republicans push for a new congressional map after a seismic Supreme Court ruling. It's time to act. So what they want to do is they want to wipe out, these Republicans, they want a 10-0 map in Alabama. They want to wipe out the congressional seat of Terry Sewell in the Black Belt of Alabama. Alabama just got its second black member of Congress in Shamari Figures. And that was because of legal battle, which the Supreme Court weighed in. They want to wipe that out. But what this is all about, they do not forget, they don't want black representation, because that means Democratic representation. And so their whole deal is we about to wipe all of this out. And so they want white people, white Republicans in Alabama for the entire state, a state with a sizable black population.
This is like make Congress, make the legislature great again, quote unquote. I mean, look, the question is only how quickly will it happen, right? Florida's already moved forward with legislation today. You're talking about Alabama.
Mark Elias, his folks have already filed a lawsuit against what they did in Florida.
That's right. So, Alabama's primary is coming up very soon. I mean, there's a primary almost every Tuesday between now and mid-August.
Georgia is in May. So part of the problem, which the Supreme Court supposedly locked stuff in, that you could try to change these maps, but listen, you're now altering who's going to be running in these primaries. So the question is, do the maps stay in place, or do they pass the maps and they go into effect in 28 and not 26?
Most of them will likely be 28. It's a question of speed. I think for this midterm, just to be clear with all your audience, what happens in this midterm is going to be a question of the audacity and the capacity of the evildoers. Can they actually call the legislatures back into session and move quickly? Florida already did. Alabama may be doing the same.
And does the court allow them?
Will the secretaries of state do it? Well, here's the thing. There's no allowance, really, because there's no Section 5 for preclearance. We could file a new section to claim, but we have to prove intent, or a constitutional gerrymandering claim, which also requires intent. Can we get a preliminary injunction or injunction from the court to stop these things? And the ground, I want your people to understand the ground game that we have and that we need for civil rights, for voting rights. The Lawyers Committee, Legal Defense Fund, Mark Elias on the partisan side, ACLU, Brennan Center, we all litigate so many of these cases. There are not enough civil rights lawyers in our organizations, maybe in this country, to stop the onslaught at every level.
But here's the other thing. And again, Cliff, hold tight 1 second. I don't remember the case, but that case that came out of Arkansas, where they're suing, saying that groups like yours cannot file lawsuits. Only the Department of Justice. The court above them affirmed that decision. This may go to the Supreme Court. So they're trying to suggest that Lawyers Committee cannot file any voting rights lawsuit, that only the Department of Justice can.
That's what they call a private right of action. And you were talking off air about the case we litigated and won in Mississippi. The state was ordered to draw 3 new legislative districts. Black folks won. That broke the Republican supermajority. Belatedly, the state of Mississippi petitioned the Supreme Court to say, well, they didn't have a private right of action anyway. So you have Calais, which is rights on paper, no remedy in fact. If Turtle Mountain, that's the 8th Circuit, the Arkansas case, that's a different Arkansas case, but there's another 8th Circuit case. If that case, Turtle Mountain, plus our Mississippi case goes south, you have rights on paper, no remedy in fact, and no access to the courts. So they're trying to block access to justice every way they know how. Folks, this is bad. This is worse than bad. This is the worst that I've ever seen in my career. It really is, Roland.
But here's the deal. Cliff, I'm bringing you in here. They told us they were doing this. They told us. They were clear. And I know Congressman Bobby Scott said this all started with Shelby v. Holder. No. This started on the night of November in 2008. My book, White Fear, I told people the election of a black president, North Carolina, he wins by 14,100 votes. The white Republicans in North Carolina, they saw black folks turning out in a way that they've never had. They said, oh, hell no, we stopping this shit. And they changed the law. And what happened was a lot of our people who showed up in 2008 did not show up in 2010. And when 16 legislatures flipped, they said, game on. Laws begin to be changed. Then Shelby v. Holder came down. Then when the decision came down, they immediately began to attack. And what we've seen, Clifford, you know the data, we've seen a decrease in black turnout in every election since 2008. And we now have seen, and we showed it last week, I'm going to pull up, we now have seen the largest gap between white and black turnout. And so when we sit out, when we check out, when we listen to these fools who say no tangibles, no votes, not realizing you're guaranteed to get nothing if you lose black representation.
That's right. I mean, we got to show up, and there's been a lot of inflection points. I mean, we can certainly talk, Shelby. We could talk 2008. We could talk 2000 in the year of Florida. Hell, we could talk 1619. There's a bunch of inflection points that have brought us to this moment. But you're absolutely right. We've got to turn out, and even in this upcoming election, we've got to turn out because there are battles to be won in these midterm elections, even with them redistricting, even as they move forward with, trying to do all these new maps, we've still got chances to flex and use our voting power this midterm cycle. I think the question that Quentin raised is critical. If we get power back, right, or if the people that we vote for get power back, what are they going to do with it? If there's no discussion about Supreme Court reform, then they're wasting their time. If there's no discussion about new voting rights legislation, then they're wasting their time. If there's no discussion, and this is kind of controversial, but at the same time that we're talking about restoring or strengthening the Voting Rights Act, we also need to be taking a hard look at some of the new tools. I've said this before, not so much new tools, but tools that we haven't fully explored, tools that Lonnie Guinier talked about, proportional representation and things like that can more structurally get us the representation we need to have without necessarily being as vulnerable to some of these legal arguments around the 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, using or considering race. And so all of that needs to be on the table this election cycle. All of these issues, our representation, and more importantly, any progress that we try to get through representation, all of that is on the ballot. But before we get there, the thing that I'm really encouraging folks to do, Roland, is to recognize that the battle right now is not on the steps of the Supreme Court. It's in these states. It's in those states that you were just talking about, like Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi. We know about Florida, Tennessee. We know that crazy Mashburn is talking about, getting rid of whatever black districts are left there. And so in all of these states, the battle right now is in these state capitals, at these state legislatures. There are groups that are fighting the good fight, like our friends, the Power Coalition in Louisiana, right? One of the plaintiffs in the Calais case. There are groups in all of these states that are fighting these battles. They need amplification. They need support. They need financial support. They need volunteers. And so if you're upset right now and you're looking for something to do, yes, we can be talking about the voter mobilization. That is absolutely critical. But we also need to be talking about helping these Sister Angie Nixon was on the floor in the Florida Capitol just today with a bullhorn, calling out this nonsense that they're doing in that legislature with the maps that they just passed today. There are organizers and organizations and legislators in these states that need our support right now.
Congressional Black Caucus held a news conference today discussing this decision. This is what they had to say.
So let's tell the truth, plainly and without apology. American democracy has never been fully formed and has never been equally accessible. Every inch of progress in this country has been fought for, won through struggle, through resistance, and through the courage of people this nation tried to leave behind. We did not become a truly multiracial democracy until the Voting Rights Act of 1965 enforced the 15th Amendment, because Black Americans demanded the right to be seen, heard, and counted. That progress was paid for in blood, in sacrifice, and in unbreakable resolve. And now, 60 years later, we are watching that progress be ripped away. With its decision in Louisiana v. Calais, the Supreme Court has opened the door to a coordinated attack on Black voters across this country. This is an outright power grab. It's about silencing Black voices, dismantling majority Black districts, and rigging the map so that politicians can choose their voters instead of the other way around. We have seen this before. We know exactly what this leads to, and we will not go back. For years, we've sounded the alarm on the Voting Rights Act. As the Voting Rights Act was chipped away piece by piece, today the consequences are here, and they are dangerous. Let me say this clearly. The legitimacy of this court is in crisis. This is not the court of Thurgood Marshall. This is not the court that delivered Brown v. Board of Education. This is not the court that expanded freedom and moved this nation closer to its ideals. This is a court that is turning back its back on that legacy and on the people it is supposed to serve. But we're not powerless, and we're not backing down. The Congressional Black Caucus is prepared to take any measure necessary to protect Black voters in this country. We are demanding an immediate vote on the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and we will not accept delay, obstruction, or excuses. We will, and we will go further. We will fight for Supreme Court reform. We will pursue term limits for justices, and we will do what it takes to restore integrity, accountability, and trust, because no institution is above the people it serves.
Today's decision by this illegitimate Supreme Court majority strikes a blow against the Voting Rights Act and is designed to undermine the ability of communities of color all across this country to elect their candidate of choice. But we're not here to step back, we're here to fight back.
Yes.
Now, when this decision came out earlier today, it's an unacceptable decision, but not an unexpected decision. Because this isn't even really the Roberts Court. It's the Trump Court.
Yes.
And what we would expect from the Trump Court is an effort to continue their scheme to suppress the vote and rig the midterm elections and beyond. Because these extremists have failed America in every possible way. They failed on the economy, they failed on health care, they're failing as it relates to this reckless and costly war of choice. The extremists have completely and totally failed America.
That's right.
So they've concluded, aided and abetted by the Trump court, that they have to cheat to win.
Yes.
But the reality of our experience, our journey, now more than 400 years, is that we view a setback, and this is one, but we view setbacks as nothing more than a setup for a comeback.
That's right.
And America has the great opportunity to keep the comeback going by exercising your right to vote in November and making it clear that it's not Donald Trump or his Supreme Court majority that should be the ones to decide who gets to represent you in Congress. It's the American people.
That's right.
Now, they've tried to do everything they can, particularly in the aftermath of the 2008 election. They've tried to do everything that they can to eliminate and erase our journey, our struggle, our march in this country toward a more perfect union. And now we're at a point where affirmative action is gone, diversity is gone, equity gone, inclusion gone, racial tolerance gone, the Voting Rights Act largely gone. But guess what, extremists? We're still here.
That's right.
And we're not going anywhere. And we believe in this country.
That's right.
Not a perfect country, but we recognize that what we've been given is a march toward a more perfect union. And at this moment in time, we're urging everyone to summon the courage, the character, and the conviction of those heroes like John Lewis and Rosa Parks and so many others upon whose shoulders we stand.
Yes.
They had to fight through moments of turbulence, trials and tribulations. But every single time, they fought through those moments and were able to usher in a new era of progress. And that's what this moment represents right now. It's turbulent. It's chaotic. It's extreme. But all of us are going to summon that courage, that character, that conviction, and show up and stand up and speak up for what we know is right, to get this situation turned around. We will not let their scheme to rig the midterm election and beyond be successful.
Folks, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she said, y'all want to fight? This is how Dems must fight.
Them to just hide that intent instead of actually address and prevent and protect Americans' voting rights who are at risk, and especially communities, I think, in the South of the United States, but it really affects every American across the country.
Should New York respond in kind by doing its own redistricting once if the amendment passes?
I have long felt that we all have to play by the same set of rules, and the Republican caucus has made it very clear that they want and are setting rules of partisan gerrymandering. The Democratic caucus has tried to pass nonpartisan gerrymandering for 10 years. Republicans have rejected it. And so we have to all abide by the same rules. And so if Republicans are going to redraw North Carolina, if they're going to redraw Texas, if they're going to redraw and gerrymander every one of their states, then unfortunately, we have to provide balance to that until we get to the day where we can all finally agree to put this behind us and pass nonpartisan gerrymandering federally.
This graphic has been floating all around social media. It says current map, Democrats hold 24 seats in these states. Possible redistricting scenario, Republicans gain 12 more seats. You look at this map, you see right here on the left, you see the blue, you see 3 in North Carolina, you see 3 in North Carolina, 1 in South Carolina, you see 2 in Georgia, 2 in Alabama, 1 in Mississippi, you see 2 in Louisiana, you see the ones in Florida. This likely could be the map. None in Louisiana, none in Mississippi, none in Tennessee, none, which means majority black Memphis. No, they may get rid of that. None in Alabama, 1 in Georgia, none removing Clyburn, none in South Carolina. Basically, only having 1 in North Carolina and having 1, maybe 2 in Florida. What has been talked about, Joy, is that if Republicans want to go that hard, Democrats should do a 52-0 map in California. Democrats should do a 17-0 map in New York. In Illinois. And New York Governor Kathy Hochul's already said she's meeting and saying how should they respond. Listen, damn all this cute and being nice. If Republicans wipe out 10 to 15 black seats in the South, you damn Skippy, I want to see a 52-0 map in California.
Absolutely. I have not always wanted to see this. I'm like AOC. Many of us wanted to have non-partisan gerrymandering. We can't have that. So we got to match energy with energy. We have to do that. This is a war. And there are things that you do in war and rules that you have that you might not have in polite times. So yeah, if they do one thing, we have to do the other, because that will also give them pause. We have seen in other states where you have Republican legislators who say, you know what, I don't want to be a part of that. And there may be some Democrats. So we got to match energy for energy. If we're seeing it over there, we've got to respond in kind, because what's at risk is the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. But women out there, ladies, pay attention. Pete Hegseth put up a pastor and is normalizing a man who wants to repeal the 19th Amendment. Guys, they have a plan that involves everyone who is not a white man. But what we really know is they are tricking these poor white men, because what they really have is a plan that only benefits an oligarchy of rich white men. Mm-hmm. That's where we're going here. So any and everything by any means necessary, we have to be of that mindset now, whereas we might not have been that way before. So if you are a white friend of Joy Cheney's who's on here, I need to see you posting about this. I need to see you talking about this. If you're a women's rights advocate, as I am, that's where you do a lot of your work, I need to see you moving on this. I need to see you writing about this. I need to see you talking to your families about this.
Yep.
Blowing up the table about this.
Yep.
Because that's where we are right now. And everyone has to vote. So that young lady that I had to give a terse and a curse to at the founding farmers a few weeks ago, I'm sorry, but it was deserved.
Michael,
what you're talking about is stupid.
Michael, Marsha Blackburn.
We gotta say it.
Marsha Blackburn, who's running for governor of Tennessee, posted this. I urge our state legislature to reconvene to redistrict another Republican seat in Memphis. It's essential to cement Donald Trump's agenda in the golden age of America. I vow to keep Tennessee a red state, and as governor, I'll do everything I can to make this map a reality. So what she's saying, Michael, is she wants to see a Republican represent a majority black city in Memphis. Now, remember, there were 2 Democratic seats in Tennessee. Now there's only 1 because they split Nashville into 4 different congressional districts. Memphis is pretty much still intact, represented by Congressman Steve Cohen. He's, of course, being challenged by State Representative Justin Pearson. And then this is how people responded. They said, okay, Marsha, if you want to see all red Tennessee, this is what Illinois should look like. They said Illinois should look like an all blue state. They said, okay, Marsha, you want to see an all red Tennessee? They said we can play that game. Let's have an all blue California. Then they said, again, have an all blue Indiana. You start talking about how do you look at Colorado. Let's take that, that state leader, Senate leader in Maryland did not want to redistrict in that state. It was being pushed by Governor Wes Moore. Well, guess what? If Republicans start wiping out these seats, then that damn Senate president and those black senators in Maryland need to get some damn guts and wipe out the Republican seat in Maryland. This is real simple. This is warfare, political warfare. The Supreme Court is unleashed, and this is how you fight fire with fire.
Tired of bringing a knife to a gunfight. And I don't know which mic.
I'm sorry. Imhotep, and I'm going to go to you next. Imhotep, go.
All right. Yeah, I agree, Roland.
And control room, y'all got to get Michael Brown's echo straight. So please fix that. Imhotep, go.
Okay. Yeah, I agree, Roland. We have to fight with those tactics and redraw those maps. That's part of it. But the other part is if there is equal voter apathy, like there was in 2024, well, then if Republicans have a higher turnout, then we're going to lose once again. So in addition to redrawing those maps, we have to focus on the policies that really impact the African-American community. We have to invest in organizations like Black Voters Matter. We have to have the ground game to really do the door knocking and engage people on the ground to get them to actually vote. Okay, so we have to have all of that together. And really, and lastly, when I talked about 1890 Mississippi, that's one of the reasons why the 1965 Voting Rights Act was needed and signed into law to counter what happened then and counter all those obstacles to the 15th Amendment of 1870. So this is what these conservatives, what these Republicans have been planning for decades. Okay, and I have to give it to them. They're persistent. They're like the Energizer bunnies of white supremacy. They just keep going and going and going. They don't give up.
Michael, go ahead.
Well, I think we're still having some technical problems, but I'll try it, Roland. The issue on folks being ready and being mobilized relative to these courts, it's time to do what we need to do as well. And whether those numbers, and I know some Democrats, well, we don't want to do that. We don't want to go that far. Well, we have to. It's time. This is 1963, 64, 65. It's time. Rosa Parks, she thinks she wanted to sit in the back of the bus anymore. She said it's time. And I think we're at that point now where it's time. Traditionally states and make them all. And then if they want to do the same thing, maybe this has to just be that way for a while until we get back to saying, hey, let's figure it out the right way and have nonpartisan gerrymandering.
Right, today is Earth Day, a time for us to focus on protecting our planet, but current policy shifts are threatening these efforts. A key example is the recent dismissal of the environmental investigation in Lowndes County, Alabama, and this follows Trump's executive order that prohibits federal agencies from pursuing diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Because of this, the DOJ Civil Rights Division has pivoted away from environmental justice that has a DEI framework to align with this new directive. So what actions can we take to protect our communities from environmental injustices? Joining us to discuss this is Dr. Beverly Wright, the Executive Director of the Deep South Center for Environmental Justice. Dr. Wright, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. So listen, how can we ensure in our communities that this new order does not negatively affect what's going on in our communities? Our communities are already struggling when it comes to whether we have a refinery plant next to us or water issues. they are suffering. And we know this. We've seen the maps where the refinery plants are, for example. But what can we do now in order to fight against this?
Well, we have been in this situation before. We're now working to maintain the progress that we've made over the last possibly 30 years. But we have been in a place for centuries where we have had no protection. So our work continues without money, and the work is the same. It is education, training, organizing, and voting to make certain that we stay in this game and we wait this particular terrible situation out. So one thing that happened for us under the Biden administration was that for the first time, we actually had money to do the work that we had been doing with no money. So we're back in the same situation with no money. The difference is that we're better organized, for one thing. We're more connected, and we are continuing the work with no money. It is really very important, for example, that we stay engaged politically and encourage our community to vote. Who you put in place matters. And I think we see that better now than what we've ever seen before, that voting actually matters and it can make a difference. So one of the things that we've done is just before the Biden administration came into place in 2018, we literally started what we call the environmental or a just climate platform. That's where community groups and environmental groups came together to try to pull together changes that we thought needed to be made in the Clean Water Act, for example, the Clean Air Act, all put in place, but we still have Cancer Alley. What does that mean? Yeah. It means that there's an act that in some way was protecting some people, but not others, but the whole game is not protecting the globe or the environment. So, and as usual, we are the people who suffer. So coming together to present what we thought should be corrective action was put in place and presented to the Biden administration. That resulted in $700 billion coming back to our communities for renewable energy and environmentally sustainable projects. We were on the move. The lesson that we've learned with this new administration is that we can never sit an election out. We have to become involved because who's in place makes a difference. Now, it's also, to me, it also encourages us to do more. I think we were, in any way we were getting really happy and a bit lazy about organizing and educating. This shows us that we cannot. So we have been re-energized to continue our work, and we know that our chance is coming again. So right now we're trying to get ready for this change to do what? To build back better. It's not good enough for us to put back in place what used to be there. We have to make the changes that are necessary so that we are no longer growing more cancer alleys, that we are protecting the health of people who look like me and poor people and the planet. And what we're also protecting, believe it or not, is our property. So imagine the number of Black communities that have been completely destroyed. The worth of their homestead is gone. And for most of us, that was transformative wealth. When you can inherit something, that's building wealth in your family. Imagine the communities where our parents and grandfathers, grandmothers worked so hard to buy that little paradise, as they called it, and then we lose it because of pollution, because of toxins that now devalue that property. So we're not just working for our health, we're also working for our pocketbooks and for the wealth of our children who come behind us.
Yeah, and speaking of pocketbooks, though, in terms of, let's say, grants that might not be awarded to certain communities because it's looked at as DEI, and monies that communities are no longer receiving because of the new disposition of this administration, what do you do in those situations in order to fill in the blanks?
Yes, so you're speaking to someone who lost $18 to $20 million in funding for communities with all of the work that we do. So what we do is really press on the philanthropic organizations to focus a lot of their funding in the direction of filling the gap. We also are working with them with legal organizations because we are in court. We're not giving up. We're not just relenting, to what Trump has done. What he's done is illegal, and we are in the fight. And we're not afraid because what else can he do to us besides what he has already done? So we are in the fight, and we are working diligently with the philanthropic world, trying to get them to put more money in places where Trump has removed all of our dollars. Workforce development, something that really supports our families and transforms them. He canceled a grant that was 30 years old that had an unbelievable track record. So what do we need? We need more dollars in workforce development and more monies to help us have our communities prepared for this transition to this renewable energy economy. We want an equitable renewable energy economy where we are actually involved in redirecting our resources for renewable energy. If we don't train our young people to be a part of this, then we're left out once again. So we're asking the philanthropic organizations to become involved in all of these areas where we've lost ground. We really believe that this is temporary. I just really believe that this will not last. And we're built from stronger stuff than what Trump can hand to us. We've been through a lot. We'll live through him. And we just keep encouraging one another to stay in this game. Work with young people, educate and train them so we can continue this work.
Brighter days are coming. We have about 30 seconds. I want to ask you this. What can people on an individual level do in their communities in order to deal with this environmental racism and injustices?
The first thing on my list is vote. I would have young people tell me voting makes no difference. I said, so all those people who died fighting the vote, my mother going down counting jelly beans and all of that, they were just stupid. So for every person who thought voting did not matter, look at where we are and tell me that again. It is very important for us to become a part of this democratic process. And there's a reason why people are trying to keep us out of this democratic process. We intend to be in, and also educate yourself as it relates to environmental issues. Don't just wait till it's flooding and say, oh my God, what happened? Become involved with your city council, with your state legislators, and visit your schools and make certain that our children are also being taught about the environment. Individually, we all need to do something. And I say, whatever you believe in, start praying to that and practicing what we need to do to make this a better world.
All right, Dr. Well, I thank you so much for being with us today and filling us in on this Earth Day, a very important day. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
We walked everybody through what were going to be the implications of Donald Trump winning in 2016. We told you. Everything we told you happened. We told y'all what the implications were going to be if they win in 2024. We told y'all about Project 2025. We sounded the alarm. We told y'all about the courts. We told y'all about what they wanted to slash. And all these folk, and you got some Negroes out here. Oh, Trump ate too. I saw some fool talk about, oh yeah, I told y'all Trump did some good things, and there was a black woman who got sick back in the day, and he went and paid her medical bills. So you think that negates him being a racist? That was Trump trying to get some media attention. See, we tried to tell y'all. And see, what I need people to understand is that what the Republicans are doing right now, listen to me clearly. I need all y'all to listen to me clearly what I'm trying to tell y'all. What the Republicans are doing, they're saying if we dismantle the districts, we dismantle the policies, we dismantle the infrastructure, even if they win the White House in 2028, it's going to take 20, 30 years to reconfigure it. Let me say that again. I need everybody listening to what I'm saying. Republicans are looking at the 3 Reconstruction Amendments, the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th Amendments that were passed by the radical Republicans who opposed slavery during that period that led to Reconstruction, the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments. What then happened? You had the Great Compromise, you had the election of 1876. You had the Great Compromise of 1877. You then, of course, had the Supreme Court making various rulings. And then you had, of course, the Plessy versus Ferguson ruling in 1896. That Great Compromise of 1877, listen to me clearly, the Great Compromise of 1877 led to the wiping out of black political power all across the South. 1890, the Republicans, in Mississippi, the white folks there said, oh, hell no. No, hell no. We can't have this. So they had a state constitutional convention in 1890 where they took the right to vote away from black people because the white folks said it's too many of these black people who are winning office. Because after the end of slavery, from 1865 through 1876, y'all, 1865 to 1876, black political power, they wielded that power quickly and decisively. They passed laws all across the South. There were more black state legislators in South Carolina than white. And they said, no, we can't have this. So what happened? A contested election in 1876 leads to the Great Compromise of 1877, effectively ending Reconstruction. You had the storming, the coup of Wilmington, North Carolina, and they begin to wipe out. And that's when Congressman White gives his speech, his famous Phoenix speech from the floor, because he was the last remaining black member of Congress. He gives that speech. Did y'all do the math? The Great Compromise of 1877, Plessy versus Ferguson was 1896. That's 19 years. Well, these people, and then 1896, you don't see another civil rights bill. Last civil rights bill, I think, was 1875. You don't see another civil rights bill in America until the watered down one in 1957. And then you get to the 60s. And so what today's Republican Party, not the radical Republicans in the 1800s, today's Republican Party is aligned with the Southern Democrats of the 1800s. Today's Republican Party is sitting here going, how can we dismantle as many of the laws and the rules that were put in place during the Civil Rights Movement and after the Civil Rights Movement? Contracts, education, housing, health, dismantling the billions in grants. Because when you take the grant money away, you're now destroying the organizations. Y'all to hear what I said. You take the grant money away, they're destroying the organizations. The organizations are within the communities. And so now when you choke off the money, you no longer are seeing the results. What did Doge do? Doge choked the money off for AIDS programs in African countries. A year later, what are we now seeing? The rise of AIDS in those African countries. And so what I need, black folks, and we love commenting on bullshit on social media. What I need y'all to understand is that what we are seeing right now is the targeting of anything black and everything black. They laid it out, and they're saying if we completely disrupt and dismantled the federal laws that guaranteed voting rights, the federal laws that determine congressional seats and state seats, if we dismantle these things, then we are wiping out the complete black infrastructure. And that's why I framed this in January of last year as this is the defunding of black America. And it's happening before our very eyes. And so you can be consumed with all this other stuff. You can be sitting here, you don't like me, you can't stand what I say. Oh, you met me and I was rude, which is nonsense because I speak to everybody when I go anywhere. Y'all can say, you can say whatever you want to. You can sit here, y'all can trash me on Threads, Twitter, Instagram, all over the place, but I'm not lying. And I'm telling you right now, black people, if this continues, and if we do not vote, and I'm going to take a break, and I'm going to show y'all what happens when we don't vote. The last election was the largest gap in white-black turnout in 30 years. I need y'all to understand. We scared the shit out of them in 2008. In 2008, black people, by percentage, voted at a higher rate than white people did for the first time in American history. And that was with the election of then Senator Barack Obama. That was 2008. 2010, many of us who showed up in 2008 didn't show up in 2010. And then you had the Shelby County versus Holder case that was decided by the Supreme Court and that gutted Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act. And that's when they began to fight the Voting Rights Act, shut down polling locations, change voting rules, put in voter ID, because they saw with their own eyes the power of black voters. And they said, no, we can't handle this. And what has been our response since? We have had fewer of us voting in each election since 2008. I've always said, when you show what you are capable of doing, you got to keep showing them. And you got to keep turning out. They are absolutely scared of the future of black people and Latinos and Asian Americans being in charge. My book is called White Fear: How the Browning of America is Making White Folks Lose Their Minds. This is the book, y'all, and I laid it out. And I'm telling you right now, what I am laying out to you is exactly what is going on. And I'm telling you, if we continue to play games and to be talking about every other thing and ain't got nothing to do about our future, we gonna look up and we gonna see, and we already seeing it, we gonna see scholarship programs wiped out. We gonna see black health programs wiped out. We gonna see education opportunities wiped out. We're gonna see black political offices wiped out. We're already seeing last year, Biden-Harris, $10 billion in federal contracts going to black-owned businesses, with only 2%. That sucker's already down to 1.2% under Trump. So if you lose economics, education, health, civil rights, social justice, They've wiped out your black infrastructure. And that is their aim. So, folk, I'm telling you right now, you can mark it down at 7:02 p.m. Eastern on April 27th. If we sit these elections out and let them win, and when it happens, y'all mark this moment. You cannot say you weren't warned. You cannot say the flag was not flown. You cannot say the siren was not sounded. Because it is. We're going to keep hitting it every day, whether the haters like it or not.